I haven't had any food all day, so I'm just eating a couple of bananas real quick before we start the fall of Reach, or I guess before we finish the end of Reach.
So much of me is wrong, out of place. You might be too late.
Hello, and welcome to hell. I mean Halo. Okay, I have secured the package. I have my book borrowed. Real good. Okay, I think actually, now that I think about it, I believe I do not have a command for my shop. How did I forget? I think I've only ever manually typed it out and stuff. Let me check real quick. I did a little bit of preview. I believe we have about 80 pages. We are at 348 of 435, but half of it is supplementary content. So it's only half of this that's actually part of the story, and then the rest is other in-universe lore elements of varying types of media. I do not have a thingy for my shop. Okay, so let me make that first. Let me pull up. Jamie, pull that shit up. Okay, so here is my site with my store, the Sophie's Storehouse. You can grab my poems, you can grab one of my stories that I have here so far. I'm still working on the other one, the esports mistakes were made one. I have no idea what the ETA on that one is. Let me do command the store, then check out my shop, the Sophie's Storehouse. Then the link, https://igg.com/shop. Okay, that should work now on Twitch. If I do, I guess I should do shop actually. I guess we'll do both. We'll do shop and store just to be safe. Shop, and then we'll just copy pasta that. Oh wait, no, the cooldown should be 1 minute. Store, grab this, turn that up to 60 seconds as well. Let me do that same thing on YouTube's. For the YouTube bot. Let's add exclamation point shop. Check out the Sophie Storehouse. 60-second cooldown. And a store as well. Let's see if it works on YouTube. It should take like one entire whole minute for it to show up because it wants to be slow for like no reason. Okay, so you can support my works. If you're on YouTube, check down the links below. If you're on Twitch, you can support for free with Prime Gaming. If you have Amazon Prime, you can check out my affiliate links, my Amazon affiliate links with lists. Oops, lists. I meant to do lists too. I earn commissions off those. You can buy my stories and poems at my shop, zyerg.com/shop. You can tip with Streamlabs down below. $3 or more will play an alert. It's super cool. And it will also read out your message in the cool text-to-speech voice. What else can you do? What are my other links? Oh, Subscribe Star for as little as one. I don't have Subscribe Star link either. Fuck. Subscribe. Or actually, I think I have support now. Support. For as little as $1 a month on Subscribe Star, you can support me. I gotta put in that as little as $1 a month. If you enjoy the relaxed streams, or my arts, or my audiobooks, or my live readings, or anything else I makes, you can head over there, find out a plethora of ways to support my works and my efforts. Subscribe Star Secret Club. As little as $1 a month. We'll do that. And we'll do the same thing for YouTube's. Support here. Okay. If you're on Twitch, you can also go follow. I think it's continue. You can also go follow on YouTube's and or Kick. And if you are on Kick or Twitch, check out these links as well. And that's it. That's all I have for now. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. And that text is so huge on my screen. What the heck? On the overlay. So massive. Can I make it smaller? I think if I make the text a little tinier. What's the current? Let's see. It says here it is. I think it's about 20 pitch font. It's somewhere. Somewhere in this huge URL, we have my font size. Oh, here we go. It's 20. Let's turn that to 16. I assume it should automatically update. Just to be safe, I will refresh the cache, and then I guess we'll get started. As I was saying earlier on Discords, I was unaware that we were so close to the end because I was only looking here last reading session. I was only looking at the total pages in this ebook. However, I thought that this was the entire story, all the way up to page 435, but that is not the case, because that includes the supplementary content. And so I had prepared a different Where's my thingy? A different thumbnail. So it was this one. The Get In Loser thumbnail. Fuck. No! It used to be this. This was the thumbnail that I wanted to use for the second to last audiobook session. But because this is probably the last one, I went with my more cooler Eva one, The End of Reach. So if you want to see my super cool thumbnails, go follow on YouTube as well. And so also because I'm planning on having this be the last reading session, I hope that I can do it all, but it might be a bit too much. We will see. I am fairly certain I'll be able to do it. Okay, so last time on Halo, The Fall of Reach. I actually kind of forgot what happened last time. The Covenants, the Emotes, started attacking Reach. They did the scene from Halo Reach, the game, in which all of the Covenants were the mass of Covenant armada, the fleet, was entering slipstream space around orbit of planet Reach, and there was this small outpost who first noticed this massive blob coming in slipstream space, and they thought, oh no, the last time we saw this, it was a Covenant fleet, and maybe the same thing's happening this time. And because of that, they decided to enact the Cole Protocol and to delete their entire database. And the Spartans, Master Chief, with the rest of his squad aboard the Pillar of Autumn, with Captain Keyes, were planning initially to go capture a functioning Covenant vessel so that they can take control of it and find the Covenant home world to infiltrate them and destroy them from within. However, before they managed to take liftoff, before they managed to embark on their mission, that is when the Covenants attacked. In orbit around Planet Reach, there was the initial combat engagement of UNSC and Covenant fleets, and the UNSC fleet took tremendous casualties. However, Captain Keyes noticed that they fell back, which is weird because they typically fight to the death against humans. And then he noticed at the North Pole and the South Pole, the northern and southern poles of Planet Reach, there were Covenant dropships. And then that's where we have here, where Captain Keyes says, Cortana, scan the poles of Planet Reach and filter out the magnetic interference. And then Captain Keyes informs FleetCom, tell them that they're being invaded, dropships inbound at both poles. And then he hears some other radio frequencies from the poles saying that there's thousands of them, grunts and jackals and their warrior elites. And then there being screams, human screams in the background as they die, and the transmission fades to static. And then this part I have to reread again because last time my voice was kind of going out, and so I didn't do the Cortana voice much justice. So we'll just reread maybe the second half of the last page. I guess I should do my throat and voice practices for a little bit. And I should also get my waters. Captain Keyes stood straighter and smoothed his uniform. Good. He addressed the crew in the calmest voice he could muster. Looks like we're not too late after all. Ensign Lavelle nodded. Sir, ETA to Rally Point Zulu in 5 minutes. Remove all missile safety locks, Captain Keyes ordered. Get our remote piloted longswords into the launch tube, and make sure your mag gun capacitors and boosters are hot. Captain Keyes pulled out his pipe. He lit it and puffed. The Covenant were, of course, after the orbital guns. I guess that's one thing I forgot to mention before. They are confident that Reach is impregnable because of all the orbital Mac guns. They're super Mac guns. And Captain Keyes has deduced that that is their current target of the Covenant, so that they can bring in a much larger fleet afterward once the majority or all of the super Mac guns are destroyed or disabled. The Covenant were, of course, after the orbital guns. Their suicidal frontal charge, while almost effective enough, had been just another diversion. The real danger was on the ground. If their troops took out the fusion generators, the super Mac guns would be so much floating junk in orbit. This is bad, he muttered to himself. Cortana appeared on the AI pedestal near the nav station. Captain Keyes, I'm picking up another distress signal. It's from the Reach Space Dock AI. And if you think this, she gestured to the incoming Covenant fleet on screen, is bad, wait until you hear this. It gets worse. And this is where we will begin the end of Reach. Halo, The Fall of Reach. Chapter 34. 0558 hours. August 30th, 2552. Military calendar. UNSC Pillar of Autumn. Epsilon Eridani System. The mission had just encountered another snag. It never entered the Master Chief's mind that he would fail to achieve his objectives. He had to succeed. Failure meant death, for not only himself, but for all the Spartans, every human. He stood at the view screen in the cargo bay and reread the Priority Alpha transmission Captain Keyes had sent down. Alpha Priority Channel, to Fleet Admiralty from Reach Space Dock Quartermaster, AI-8575, aka Doppler. Triple encryption, timestamped, public key, Red Rover. Start file. Immediate action required. Item: Covenant data invasion packets detected penetrating firewall of Reach DocNet. Counter-intrusion software enacted. Resolution 99.9% certainty of neutralization. Item: Initialization of triple screening protocol discovered the corvette Circumference Bay Gamma-9, isolated from Reach DocNet. Item: Covenant ships detected on inbound slipstream vector intersecting Bay Gamma-9. Conclusion: Unsecured navigation data on the Circumference detected by Covenant forces. Conclusion: Violation of the Cole Protocol. Immediate action required. End file. He replayed the distress call from Reach's groundside fleet. I got a little confused there because I thought the word side was going to appear again. He replayed the distress call from Reach's groundside Fleetcom HQ. They've breached the perimeter. Fall back! Fall back! If anyone can hear this, the Covenant is groundside, massing near the armory. There! The Master Chief copied these files and sent them over to his squad's comm channel. They had a right to know everything too. Oh shit, wait. Almost forgot a couple thingy wingies over here. Post this. I was getting a little too excited. I forgot to do all of my linkings. Copy this. Paste this here. And here, my super duper cool channel. Okay. The Master Chief copied these files and sent them over his. Why can I don't know why I'm being so befuddled here. The Master Chief copied these files and sent them over his squad's comm channel. They had a right to know everything too. There was only one reason the Covenant would launch a ground invasion: to take out the planetary defense generators. If they succeeded, Reach would fall. And there was only one reason why the Covenant wanted the ship Circumference: to plunder its nav database and find every human homeworld. Every human homeworld? What the heck? To plunder its nav database and find every human world, including Earth. Captain Keyes appeared on the view screen. He held his pipe in one hand, squeezing it so tight his knuckles were white. Master Chief, I believe the Covenant will use a pinpoint slip space jump to a position just off the space dock. They may try to get their troops on the station before the super Mac guns can take out their ships. This will be a difficult mission, Chief. I'm open to suggestions. We can take care of it, the Master Chief replied. Captain Key's eyes widened and he leaned forward in his command chair. How exactly, Master Chief? With all due respect, sir, Spartans are trained to handle difficult missions. I'll split my squad. 3 will board the space dock and make sure the nav data does not fall into the Covenant's hands. The remainder of the Spartans will go groundside and repel the invasion forces. Captain Keyes considered this. No, Master Chief, it's too risky. We've got to make sure the Covenant doesn't get that nav data. We'll use a nuclear mine, set it close to the docking ring, and detonate it. Sir, the EMP will burn out the superconductive coils of the orbital guns. And if you use the Pillar of Autumn's conventional weapons, the nav database may still survive. If the Covenant search the wreckage, they may obtain the data. True, Keyes said, and tapped his pipe thoughtfully on his chin. Very well, Master Chief. We'll go with your suggestion. I'll plot a course over the docking station. Ready your Spartans and prep 2 dropships. We'll launch you. He consulted with Cortana. In 5 minutes. Aye, Captain. We'll be ready. Good luck, Captain Keyes said, and snapped off the view screen. Luck. The Master Chief always had been lucky. He'd need luck more than ever this time. He turned to face the Spartans. His Spartans. They stood at attention. Kelly stepped forward. Master Chief, sir. Permission to lead the space op, sir. Denied, he said. I'll be leading that one. He appreciated her gesture. The space operation would be 10 times more dangerous than the ground op. The Covenant would outnumber them 10 to 1, or more, but the Spartans were used to taking the fight against numerically superior forces. They had always won on the ground. I think this is one of those instances in which, even though I used the wrong word, I think I'll still include it in the final audiobook. It's supposed to say, but the Spartans were used to taking the fight against numerically superior enemies. They had always won on the ground. Maybe Maybe he should have written, "Then it is an even fight." The extraction of the circumference database, however, would be in vacuum and zero gravity, and they might have to fight their way past a Covenant warship to reach the objective. Not exactly ideal conditions. "Linda and James," he said, "you're with me. Fred, you're Red Team leader. You'll have tactical command of the ground operation." "Sir," Fred shouted. "Yes, sir." "Now, make ready," he said. "We don't have much time left." Oh my god. I gotta recenter my chief voice where he says, "Sir, finishing this fight. Now, make ready. We don't have much time left." The Master Chief regretted his unfortunate choice of words. I guess that is pretty funny. The Master Chief regretted his unfortunate choice of words. The Spartans stood a moment. Kelly called out, "Attention!" They snapped to and gave the Master Chief a crisp salute. He stood straighter and returned their salute. He was intensely proud of them all. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. That sounds like the kind of line that an author would write in when the character doesn't yet know it. But we, the audience, can perhaps conclude or infer that this might be the last time we see some or all of them. Uh-oh. He stood straighter and returned their salute. He was intensely proud of them all. The Spartans scattered and gathered their gear, racing for the dropship bay. The Master Chief watched them go. This was the mission the Spartans had been tempered? Oh, okay. Just had to make sure. This was the mission the Spartans had been tempered for in mission after mission. It would be their finest moment. But he knew that it might also be their last moment. Chief Mendez had said that a leader would be required to spend the lives of those under his command. The Master Chief knew he would lose comrades today. But would their deaths serve a necessary purpose? Or would they be wasted? Either way, they were ready. John tapped the thrusters and rotated the Pelican dropship 180 degrees. He pushed the engines to full power to break their forward momentum. The Pillar of Autumn had dropped them while she had been cruising at 1/3 full speed. They'd need every millimeter of the 10,000 kilometers between them and the docking They'd need every millimeter of the 10,000 kilometers between them and the docking station to slow down. The Master Chief had taken the Spartans' modified Pelican, rigged with explosives. The station would be locked down, every airlock sealed. They'd have to blast their way in. Oh, really? I figured he'd mix things up a bit. What the heck? Figured he'd change things up a bit. He glanced aft. Linda checked one of the 3 sniper rifle variants she had brought. She brought 3 sniper rifles? What the heck? We need to find. Let me go look right now. I'm curious. Did somebody draw this moment? Where Halo, Linda, 3 sniper rifles. If she's carrying 3 sniper rifles on her back. I don't see anything. 3 sniper rifles strapped on her back. Or I guess technically 2. the Spartan Linda, 3 sniper rifles. Nothing. What the heck? She only has 1 sniper rifle here. She's supposed to have 3. It's lore accurate. She always carries around 3 sniper rifles. He glanced aft. Linda checked one of the 3 sniper rifle variants she had brought. James inspected his thruster pack. He had picked Linda because no other single Spartan was as efficient at long-range combat. And that's what the Master Chief wanted. Long-range combat. If it came to hand-to-hand combat in 0G with hordes of Covenant troopers, even his luck wouldn't hold out too long. He had picked James because James had never quit. Even when his hand had been burned off, he had shrugged off the shock, at least for a while, and helped them dispatch the Covenant behemoths on Sigma Octanus 4. The Master Chief would need that kind of determination on this mission. He took a long look out the front of the Pelican. Their sister dropship initiated a burn and hurtled toward Reach. Kelly, Fred, Joshua, all of them. Part of him longed to join them in the ground action. The radar panel blinked a proximity warning. The Pelican was 1,000 kilometers from the docking ring. The Master Chief tapped the thrusters to align the dropship. He squelched the proximity alert. The alert immediately resounded. Strange. He reached? He reached for the squelch again. Reached, huh? He reached for the squelch again, then stopped as he saw the space around the Pelican change. Motes of green light appeared, pinpoints at first, which swelled like bruises on velvet black space. The green smears lengthened, compressed, and distorted the stars. A slipstream entry point. The Master Chief cut the Pelican's engines, slowing them for impact. A Covenant frigate materialized a kilometer. A Covenant frigate materialized a kilometer from the dropship's nose. Its prow filled their view screen. Uh-oh. They almost got squished. They almost got sat on by a thick Covenant frigate. They're gonna end up being like Squidward in that one frame. See, Squidward face sit. They're about to end up like this. Oh, we can't. Don't show. I can't show some of these. Oops, you guys didn't see that. Twitch and YouTube and Cake, nobody saw that. Nope. Oopsie, wasn't me. Anyway, they almost ended up like that. Chapter 35. 616 hours. August 30th. That's today. That's yesterday. Interesting how the fall of Reach almost falls in line with the current time that I'm reading this. Whoa. It's almost like it's planned or something. Whoa. The funny thing is it's not really all that planned. I just happened to be the most available today out of the week. My fucking sleep schedule has been dog shit. Like, I've been waking up at like 6 or 7 p.m. the past 4 or 5 days. Like, oh my goodness, dude. If I start reading at that point, I don't think I would be able to finish the book. So that's why I made an effort today to wake up early to make sure I have plenty of time to read. Chapter 35. 616 hours. August 30th, 2552. Military calendar. UNSC Pelican Dropship, Epsilon Eridani System, near Reach Station Gamma. Brace for maneuvering, the Master Chief barked. The Spartans dove for safety harnesses and strapped in. All secure, Linda shouted. The Master Chief killed the Pelican's forward thrusters and triggered a short, sudden reverse burn. The Spartans were brutally slammed forward into their harnesses as the Pelican's acceleration blew. I thought this was blue because there's the forward right here, so I thought that W was here. I guess technically I could have read it just fine as blew away, but fuck that. I'm gonna read it properly. The Spartans were brutally slammed forward into their harnesses as the Pelican's acceleration bled away. The Master Chief quickly shut down the engines. The tiny Pelican faced the Covenant frigate. At a kilometer's distance, the alien ship's launch bay and pulse laser turrets looked close enough to touch on the view screen. Enough firepower to vaporize the Spartans in the blink of an eye. The Master Chief's first instincts was to fire their HE Anvil II missiles and autocannons, but he checked his head as he reached for the triggers. That would only attract their attention, which was the last thing he wanted. For the moment, the alien vessels ignored them, probably because the Master Chief had shut down the Pelican's engines. But the ship also seemed dead in space. Dead space, huh? But the ship also seemed dead in space. No lights, no single ships launched, and no plasma weapons charging. The dropship continued toward the docking station, their momentum putting distance between them and the frigate. Space around the Covenant ship boiled and pulled apart, and two more alien ships appeared. They too ignored the dropship. Was it too small to bother with? The Master Chief didn't care. His luck, it seemed, was holding. He checked the radar. 30 kilometers to the docking ring. He ignited the engines to slow them down. He had to, or they would crash into the station. 20 kilometers. Rumbling shook the dropship. They slowed. But it wasn't going to be enough. 10 kilometers. Hang on, he told Linda and James. The sudden impact whiplashed the Master Chief back and forth in his seat. The straps holding him snapped. He blinked, saw only blackness. His vision cleared, and he noted that his shield bar was dead. It slowly began to fill again. Every display and monitor in the cockpit was shattered. The Master Chief shook off the disorientation and pulled himself aft. The interior of the dropship was a mess. Everything tied down had come loose. Ammunition boxes had broken open in the crash landing, and loose cartridges filled the air. Coolant leaked, spraying blobs of black fluid. In zero gravity, everything looked like the inside of a shaken snow globe. James and Linda floated off the deck of the Pelican. They slowly moved. "Any injuries?" the Master Chief asked. "No," Linda replied. "I think so," James said. "I think I've broken something." "I think so," James said. No, I'm good, sir." "Was that a landing, or did those Covenant ships take a shot at us?" "If they had, we wouldn't be here to talk about it. Get whatever gear you can and get out. Double time," the Master Chief said. The Master Chief grabbed an assault rifle and a jackhammer launcher. He found a satchel. Inside was a kilogram of C-12 detonators. Inside was a kilogram of C-12 detonators and a Lotus anti-tank mine. Those would come in handy. He salvaged 5 intact clips of ammunition, but couldn't locate his thruster pack. I'm going to have to pull up that one clip of Charlie where he says, "It's not a clip, it's a magazine." But maybe they do actually use clips for their assault rifles. I don't know. Those would come in handy. He salvaged 5 intact clips of ammunition, but couldn't locate his thruster pack. He'd have to do without one. No more time, he said. We're sitting ducks here. Out the hatch, now. Linda went first. She paused, and once once she was satisfied the Covenant weren't lying in ambush, motioned them forward. The Master Chief and James exited, clung to the side of the Pelican in zero gravity, and took flanking positions at the fore and aft ends of the ship. Dropship. Space Dock Gamma was a 3-kilometer diameter ring. They keep mentioning rings a lot. I wonder why. Dull gray metal arced in either direction. On the surface were communication dishes and a few conduits. No real cover. The docking bay doors were sealed tight. The station wasn't spinning. The Dockmaster AI must have shut the place up tight when it detected the unsecured nav database. The Master Chief frowned when he spotted the tail end of their Pelican, crumpled and embedded into the station's hull. Its engines were ruined. The dropship jutted out at an angle. Its prow and the charges of C-12 that were supposed to have blasted them into a Covenant ship now pointed into the air. The Master Chief started to drift off the station. He clipped himself to the hull of the dropship. Aren't they supposed to have magnetic bases at their feet? Or is it like an upgrade to the Mjolnir armor later on? I guess thinking about it in Halo Reach the game, when George throws off Noble Six, if they had magnetic feet, then Noble Six would have just stuck to the Corvette. Fuck, I gotta go pee. I drank too much water. Give me a sec, I'll be right back. Patches, open up. Give me a second. Okay. Literally just typing a novel. In fact, I hate when I wash my hands and then I dry them, but there's still a little bit of water between my ring and my finger. My fingy. Kind of actually literally annoying. Okay. We were at... He clipped himself to the station, right? Okay, here we go. The Master Chief started to drift off the station. He clipped himself to the hull of the dropship. Blue 2, he said. Police those explosives. He gestured to the prow. The motion sent him gyrating. Yes, sir. James puffed his thruster pack once and drifted up to the nose of the Pelican. The Spartans had trained to fight in zero gravity. It wasn't easy. The slightest motion sent you spinning out of control. A flash overhead reflected off the hull. The Master Chief looked up. The Covenant ships were alive now. Lances of blue laser fire flashed and motes of red light collected on their lateral lines. Their engines glowed and they moved close to the station. The streak crossed the Master Chief's field of vision in the blink of an eye. The center Covenant frigate shields strobed silver. The ship shattered into a cloud of glistening fragments. The orbital guns had turned and fired on the new threat. This was a suicide maneuver. How did the Covenant think they could withstand that kind of firepower? Blue 1, the Master Chief said. Scan those ships with your scope. Linda floated closer to the Master Chief. She pointed her sniper rifle up and sighted the ships. We've got inbound targets, she said, and fired. The Master Chief hit his magnification. In the games, you only have magnifications when you have a gun. Although wait a second. Hold on a second. I gotta double check this now. Hold on a second. I have to fact check now. Where is Master Chief Collection? Okay, let me kill the audio because the fucking 343 and the Microsoft Studios, Xbox Studios is super loud. When you don't have a gun yet in Combat Evolved, can you scope in? Can you magnify? I don't think so. Right? Patches, look. Patches is coming. Oh my god. I don't know if you guys heard that through... What the heck? Through my earphones. Fuck, she's gone. Let's see. Let's go do a quick... let's go Champagne, CE. Oops, no. Not Galo 2. CE. Missions. Pillar bottom. Let's just do whatever. Go, 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 go. Or maybe you can magnify and I just never tried it. Gotta do it. This is my second, or at least my second fact checking while live reading. The first one was when it was they were in the sewers and there was a downpour of heavy rain, and I had to check if whether or not the motion sensors actually detected the heavy raindrops. Okay, yeah. We can skip this. We can skip this. Skip. I have the audio super low. Okay, yeah, I cannot. I'm pressing right click. No weapon. I'm pressing right click and nothing happens. There's no magnification. The either the game lied or the book lied. Okay, let's watch this guy die and then get back to the book. Kaboom! See ya, nerd. Gotta send them into the fryer. Okay. Oh my god, it's so loud. I hate. Okay, let's. Why is it so loud? Okay, let me just do that so I don't spook myself the next time I open this. Okay. So somebody is lying. I'm not gonna point fingers, I'm not gonna say who, but somebody is being dishonest. Whoa! Hogwarts Legacy for $41.99. Whoa! Why is there no Starfield no Starfield sale? What the heck? Okay, so he magnified. Where was it? Here we go. Linda floated closer to the Master Chief. She pointed her sniper rifle up and sighted the ships. "We've got inbound targets," she said, and fired. The Master Chief hit his magnification. A dozen pods burst from the 2 remaining Covenant ships. Trails of exhaust pointed right at the Spartans' position. There were tiny specks accompanying the pods. The Master Chief increased his display's magnification to maximum. They looked like men in thruster packs. No, they were definitely not men. Wait a second. Maybe he's saying that they look like men, but the shape and the curves of their bodies are not quite masculine. Maybe they're a bit more feminine. Whoa. Maybe they look like men, but they're actually women's. That's why Linda is firing, because she has competition now. They looked like men in thruster packs. No, they were definitely not men. These things had elongated heads, and even at this distance, the Master Chief could see past their faceplates and noted their pronounced shark-like teeth and jaws. They wore armor. It shimmered as they collided with debris, which meant energy shields. These were elites, the iron heart of the Covenant. This is the first time they actually get to fight elites. We have only heard about them up until this point. We have only heard about spooky, human-like, tall Elamaus that are part of the Covenant, but we've had no clear shot of them other than those hologram projections when Dr. Halsey gave them their mission briefing. I think that's the only time. The only time that there's been like an actual physical look at them. The only other time was a silhouette from Corporal Harland back at Sigma Octanus 4. Okay, let me go back, read that again. These were elites, the iron heart of the Covenant. Would they best the Spartans this time? They were all about to find out. Linda shot one of the Eva aliens. Master Chief, get in the Eva. Linda shot one of the Eva aliens. Shields shimmered around its body, and the round bounced off. She didn't stop. She pumped 4 more rounds into the creature, hitting a pinpoint target in its neck. Its shields flickered and got around. Its shields flickered and a round got through. Purple blood gushed from the wound, and the creature writhed in space. The other aliens spotted them. They jetted toward their location, firing plasma rifles and needlers. "Take cover," the Master Chief said. He unclipped himself and clung to the side of the dropship. Linda followed, bolts of fire spattering on the hull next to them, spattering molten metal. Crystalline needles bounced off their shields. "Blue 2, the Master Chief said. "I said fall back." James had almost freed the explosives rigged to the nose. A shower of needles hit him. One struck the tank of his thruster harness, penetrated. It remained embedded for a split second, then exploded. Exhaust billowed from the pack. The uncontrolled jets spun James into microgravity. He slammed into the station, bounced, then rocketed away into space, tumbling end over end, unable to control his trajectory. "Blue 2, come in," the Master Chief barked over the comm channel. "Can't control." James's voice was punctuated with static. "They've everywhere." There was more static, and the comm channel went dead. The Master Chief watched his teammate tumble away into the darkness. All his training, his superhuman strength, reflexes, and determination, completely useless against the laws of physics. He didn't even know if James was dead. For the moment, he had to assume that he was. Put him out of his mind. He had a mission to complete. If he survived, then he'd get every UNSC ship in the area to mount a search and rescue op. That would probably be kind of a waste of time if they continue to have major, large-scale fleet versus fleet engagement, firing nukes and missiles and plasma at each other. Maybe he would be shot and shred and melted to smithereens before they even had the time to go find him. Very wishful thinking from the Master Chief here. I have no place to put my water. Let me pull up the camera. So I kind of want to put my water here on the left, but sometimes Patches jumps up here, and I can't leave it here, or she's gonna spill it when she jumps up. If I put it up here, I'm gonna risk moving my keyboard up. If I put it down here, I'm gonna risk knocking it off the table. If I put it to my right, I'm gonna risk hitting it with my mouse. There's no winning. Not a single easy solution. If he survived, then he'd get every UNSC ship in the area to mount a search and rescue op. Linda shrugged out of her thruster harness. The suppressing fire from the aliens halted. Covenant landing pods descended toward the station, touching down at roughly 300-meter intervals. A pod landed 20 meters away, its sides uncurled like petals of a flower. Jackals in black and blue vacuum suits drifted out. Their boots adhered to the station's hull. "Let's pave a way out of here, Blue One." "Roger that," she said. Linda targeted spots their energy shields didn't cover. Boots, the top of one's head, a fingertip. 3 jackals went down in quick succession, their spacesuits ruptured by her marksmanship. "Hang on a second, it's Mark's womanship." 3 jackals went down in quick succession, their spacesuits ruptured by her marksmanship. The rest scrambled for cover inside the pod. The Master Chief braced his back against the dropship and fired his assault rifle in controlled bursts. The microgravity played havoc with his aim. One jackal leaped from his cover, straight towards them. The Master Chief switched to full auto and blasted his shield with enough rounds to send the alien flying backward off his... I was going to read it off his station, but it's off the station. The Master Chief switched to full auto and blasted his shield with enough rounds to send the alien flying backward off the station. He spent the clip, reloaded, and got out a grenade. He pulled the pin and lobbed it. He threw it in a flat trajectory. The grenade ricocheted off the far side of the pod and bounced inside. It detonated. A flash and spray of freeze-dried blue vented upward. The explosion had caught the enemy on their unshielded sides. Blue one, secure the landing pad. I'll cover you. It's not landing pad, it's landing pod. Blue one, secure the landing pod. I'll cover you. He leveled his rifle. Yes, sir. Linda grabbed the pipe that ran along the station and pulled herself hand over hand. When she was inside the pod, she flashed him a green light on his heads-up display. The Master Chief crawled toward the prow of the Pelican. As he crested the ship, he saw that the station was swarming with Covenant troops, 100 jackals, and at least 6 elites. They pointed toward the Pelican and slowly started to advance on their position. "Come and get it," the Master Chief muttered. He pulled 2 grenades from his satchel and wedged them into the C-12 on the nose of the ship. He pushed off and propelled himself back to his teammate. She grabbed him and pulled him into the interior of the open pod. Bits of a dozen dead jackals pasted the inside. "You've got a new target," he told her. "A pair of frag grenades. Sight on them and wait for my order to fire." She propped her rifle on the edge of the open pod and aimed. Jackals crawled over the Pelican. One of the elites appeared as well, maneuvering in a harness, flying over the ship. The elite gestured imperiously, directing the jackals to search the ship. This is one of those moments where I really, really, really wish I could do an elite sound, but I can't. Halo elite sounds. My elite sounds are not as good. I think the only one I could really do is the jackals, because I play enough. I play enough Halo Reach. A firefight where I can do. From CE. Maybe this one's good. Trying to do that would just hurt my throat. Oh my god. Those are the sounds I make when I bend down or stand back up after working in the garden. Oh, my knees. Oh no, my back. Sounds like Waluigi or something. I'm gonna have to make an audiobook collection of all the sounds I make. The sounds when I'm working out, when I finish drinking coffee, when I get up out of bed, when I lay down in bed. Old woman sounds. Where were we? Okay. The elite gestured imperiously, directing the jackals to search the ship. "Fire!" the Master Chief said. Linda fired once. The grenades detonated. The chain reaction set off 20 kilograms of C-12. A subsonic fist slammed into the Master Chief and threw him to the far side of the landing pod. Even 20 meters away, the sides of the craft warped and the top edges sheared away. He looked over the edge. There was a crater where the Pelican had been. If anything had survived that blast, it was now in orbit. We have a way in, the Master Chief remarked. Linda nodded. In the distance, where the station curved out of view, more Covenant pods landed, and the Master Chief saw the silhouettes of hundreds of jackals and elites crawling and jetting their way closer. Let's go, Blue One. They pulled themselves toward the hole. The detonation had blown through 5 decks, leaving a tunnel of ragged, edged metal and sputtering gas hoses. The Master Chief called up the state. I guess Cortana's still at the Pillar of Autumn here, because I'm wondering, wouldn't he be like trying to cooperate and make their plans with Cortana? But I guess Blackton Keys was conferring with Cortana, their ETA, on getting their the Pillar of Autumn close enough so that the Pelicans can go the rest of the way. The Master Chief called up the station's blueprints on his display. That one, he said, and pointed 2 decks down. B level. That's where Bay 9 and the circumference should be. 300 meters to port. They climbed into the interior and into B deck's corridor. The station's emergency lights were on, filling the passage with dull red illumination. The Master Chief paused and signaled her to halt. He pulled out the Lotus anti-tank mine from his satchel and set it on the deck. He set the sensitivity to maximum and triggered its proximity detectors. Anything that tried to follow them would get a surprise. The Master Chief and Linda gripped the handrails along the corridor and pulled themselves up the curved hallway. The Master Chief and Linda gripped the handrails along the corridor and pulled themselves up the curved hall. Bursts of automatic weapons fire flashed in the low light, just ahead of their position. Blue One, the Master Chief said. Ahead, 10 meters. There's a pressure door open. They quickly took positions on either side of the door. He set his optical probe around the corner. The docking bay had a dozen ship berths on 2 levels. The Master Chief spotted a few battered Pelicans, a station service bot, and in berth 11, a sleek private craft held in place by massive service clamps. Where the ship's name should have been painted on the prow, there was only a simple circle. That had to be the target. 2 berths aft, 4 Marines in vac suits were pinned down by plasma and needler fire. The Master Chief turned his optical probe and saw what was pinning them down. 30 jackals were in the forward portion of the bay, slowly advancing under cover of their energy shields. The Marines tossed frag grenades. The jackals scrambled for cover and turned their shields. 3 silent explosions flashed in the vacuum. Not one of the jackals fell. Another explosion rippled through the deck, behind them. It shook the Master Chief's bones in his armor. The Lotus mine had detonated. They didn't have much time before the Covenant force outside caught up with them. The Master Chief readied his assault rifle. Take out those jackals, Blue One. I'll make a break for the circumference. Linda gripped the edge of the pressure door with her left hand, propped her rifle across it, and curled her right hand around the trigger. "There are a lot of them," she said. "This may take a few seconds." A flicker of a contact appeared on the Master Chief's motion tracker, then vanished. He turned and brought his assault rifle to bear. Nothing. "Hang on, Blue One. I'm going to check our six." Linda's acknowledgement light winked on. The Master Chief eased back down the passage 10 meters. No sensor contact. There was just dim red light and shadows. But one of the shadows moved. It only took an instant for the image to fully register. A black film peeled away from the darkness. It was a meter taller than John and wore blue armor similar to that on Covenant warships. Its helmet was elongated and it had rows of sharp teeth. It looked like it was smiling at him. Oh my god, that's so spooky. It's an active camo. Halo active camo smiling elite. See if I can find a picture of this. Oh no, look. He's got active camo. It's a Mega Halo Covenant active camo elite with energy sword. But they gotta show that he's smiling. I specifically typed smiling. Rippy dippy. Where was it? The Master Chief eased back down the passage 10 meters. No sensor contact. There was just dim red light and shadows. But one of the shadows moved. It only took an instant for the image to fully register. A black film peeled away from the darkness. It was a meter taller than John and wore blue armor similar to that on Covenant warships. Its helmet was elongated and it had rows of sharp teeth. It looked like it was smiling at him. The elite leveled a plasma pistol. At this range, there was no way the creature would miss. The plasma weapon would cut through John's slowly recharging shields almost immediately. And if John used his assault rifle, it wouldn't cut through the alien's energy shield. In a simple exchange of fire, the alien would win. Unacceptable. Fuck. I think I have... No, I don't. I think I used to have a video of Lemonhead saying unacceptable. Unacceptable! But I think I got rid of it. Fuck. This would have been the perfect moment. The perfect opportunity for Lemonhead. Unacceptable. He needed to change the odds. The Master Chief pushed off the wall and launched himself at the creature. He slammed into the elite before it had a chance to fire. They tumbled backward and crashed into the bulkhead. The Master Chief saw the alien's shield flicker and fade. He hammered on the edge of the alien's gun. The creature howled soundlessly in the vacuum and dropped the plasma weapon. But I think that was a car zooming by. Or a motorcycle zooming by. But I can't really tell because of my my super duper noise canceling earbuds. But I thought I heard something that sounded like a vehicle roaring past down the streets. They tumbled backward and crashed into the bulkhead. The Master Chief saw the alien's shield flicker and fade. He hammered on the edge of the alien's gun. The creature howled soundlessly into the vacuum, and he dropped the plasma weapon. The elite kicked him in the midsection. His shield took the brunt of the hit, but the blow sent him spinning end over end. He slapped his hand against the ceiling and stalled his spin, then dove under the elite's follow-up attack. The Master Chief tried to grab the alien, but their weakened shields slid and crackled over one another. I'm starting to get a little hungry. Okay, there's only like 5 pages left, so I think I'll go after this chapter. I will take a little munchy break, a snack break, and then we'll try to finish the rest, hopefully without needing more food, but I will probably need more food. The Master Chief tried to grab the alien, but their weakened shields slid and crackled over one another. They bounced down the curved length of the passage. The Master Chief's boot caught on the railing, twisted. A lance of pain shot up his leg. That is an amazingly perfect way to describe that, because sometimes, especially when I get like a leg cramp, it's one of those, I hate it. I hate it so much when I wake up. I'm not fully awake, but I wake up a little bit. I'm laying in bed and I stretch, and I think I focused a lot of my stretching onto my leg. It's typically my left leg. I don't know why it tends to be my left leg rather than my right leg. But I stretch my left leg, and then, as it's described here, it is definitely a lance of pain that shoots up from the bottom of my feet up to my left thigh. And then I get all cramped, and I fucking hate it so much. It's so fucking painful for literally no reason. And then the worst part is, I try to go back to sleeping, and it still hurts. It's still in pain the whole entire time. And even when I wake up again a couple minutes or a couple hours later, it still fucking hurts, and I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. They bounced down the curved length of the passage. The Master Chief's boot caught on a railing, twisted. A lance of pain shot up his leg, but he halted their combined momentum. The elite pushed away and caught a railing on the opposite side of the passage. Then it turned and sprang back toward the Master Chief. John ignored the pain in his leg. He pushed himself at the alien. They collide. I'm just imagining right now that one scene in The Matrix. The Matrix, Neo, Agent Smith, Subway. When they're out of bullets and they jump at each other. This one here. When I'm just imagining them floating together at like super slow space in zero gravity. Also, this is a good video. Let's check out this video real quick. Oops, it's 2 times speed. I guess I get copy strike, so let's just play the. I might get copy strike on YouTube a little bit for that, but that's okay. That's worth it. But that's what I'm imagining as the elite and Chief are they're kicking themselves off the opposite walls and then jumping toward, gliding, floating toward each other. John ignored the pain in his leg. He pushed himself toward the alien. They collided. The Master Chief struck with both fists, but the force slid off the elite's shields. The elite grabbed him and threw him. They both spun into the wall. The Master Chief was pinned. Perfect. What the heck? Master Chief wants to be pinned against the wall by an elite? What the heck? Maybe a super cool artist named Anne Kajit will make an animation about this. The Master Chief was pinned. Perfect. He had something to brace against in the zero gravity. He swung his fist, used every muscle in his body, and connected with the alien's midsection. Its shields shimmered and crackled, but some of the momentum transferred. The alien doubled over and reeled backwards, and its hands found the plasma weapon that it had dropped. The elite recovered quickly and aimed at the Master Chief. The Master Chief jumped, grabbed its wrist. He locked the armor's glove articulation. It became a vice clamp. I guess that's true. They haven't talked about it in quite a while, but he can change where his shields are, right? The percentage of how much shielding he has. Where like if his feet are at 100% shield, he's like gliding. Like if it's super duper greasy, super slippery floor, maybe he can also lock his armor. Maybe he has the good old armor lock. Armor lock, armor lock, armor lock, armor lock. The elite recovered quickly and aimed at the Master Chief. The Master Chief jumped, grabbed its wrist. He locked his armor's glove articulation. It became a vice clamp. They wrestled for control. The gun pointed at the alien, then the Master Chief. The alien was as strong as the Master Chief. They spun and bounced off the floor, ceiling, and walls. They were too evenly matched. The Master Chief managed to force a stalemate. The pistol now pointed straight up between their bodies. If it went off, it would hit them both. One shot at point-blank range might collapse their shields. They'd both fry. The Master Chief whipped his forearm and elbow over the creature's wrist and slammed it. The Master Chief whipped his forearm and elbow over the creature's wrist and slammed it in the head. For a split second it was stunned, and its strength ebbed. John turned the gun into its face, squeezed the firing mechanism. The plasma discharge exploded into the creature. Fire sprayed across its shields. They shimmered, flickered, and dimmed. The energy splash washed over the Master Chief. His shields drained to a quarter. The internal suit temperature spiked to critical levels. But the elite's shields were dead. He didn't wait for the plasma gun to recharge. The Master Chief grabbed the creature with his left hand. His right fist struck an uppercut to the head, a hook to the throat and chest, 3 rapid-fire strikes with his forearm to its helmet. That cracked and hissed atmosphere. The Master Chief pushed away and fired the pistol again. The bolt of fire caught the elite in the face. It writhed and clawed at nothing. The elite shuddered, suspended in midair. It twitched and finally stopped moving. The Master Chief shot it again to make sure it was dead. So this entire time that Chief is fighting this elite, one-on-one, hand-to-hand combat, he instructed Linda not to fire at the jackals. He could have literally cost hundreds of bajillions of marine lives. What the heck? The Master Chief shot it again to make sure it was dead. Motion sensors picked up multiple targets approaching down the corridor. 40 meters and closing. The Master Chief turned and double-timed it back to Blue 1. Linda was where he Linda was where he had left her, shooting her targets with absolute concentration and precision. Wait a second, he didn't say fire. He said to hold fire, right? There are a lot of them, she said. This may take a few seconds. He spotted... Hang on. Okay, I guess all he said was hang on, Blue 1. I'm going to check our 6. And then she acknowledged. Okay, fine. I suppose I would have not been critical of that if he had said continue fire or hold position while I check our 6 rather than hang on. Because when I read hang on, Blue 1, I'm going to check our 6, I interpreted that as hold fire and don't reveal your position while I check our 6. But, okay. If you say so. The Master Chief turned and double-timed it back to Blue 1. Linda was where he had left her, shooting her targets with absolute concentration and precision. There are more on the way, he told her. Reinforcements have already arrived in the bay, she reported. 20 at least. They're learning, overlapping their shields. Can't get a good shot in. Static crackled over the Master Chief's comm channel. Master Chief, this is Captain Keyes. Did you get the nav databases? The captain sounded out of breath. Negative, sir. We're close. We're bound in system to retrieve you. ETA is 5 minutes. Destroy the Circumference's database and get out ASAP. If you cannot accomplish your mission, I'll have to take out the station with the Pillar of Autumn's weapons. We're running out of time. Understood, sir. The channel snapped off. Captain Keyes was wrong. They weren't running out of time. Time had already run out. And that is where I'm going to take a break. So I can go get some yummies in me. Get some yummies in me tummy because a Spartan's belly dictates how much he's willing to fight and read on. I don't know if there's something that I can whip up super quick. I don't want to be away too long. Let me check how many chapters there are. So I got a good idea of how many more chapters I have to go. But I'm going to check in my physical copy of my book so you guys don't get to see. So the last chapter is 37. So there's 2 chapters left. And then the epilogue. And then the bonus content. So 2 chapters left. So I guess this will be, I'll try to make this the big break of munchies. And then I'll try to finish everything else after my one break. My one intermission. Let me go find... Wait a second. Why does Twitch say I am red on bitrate? It should be okay. Okay, now it's green. I hate it that it doesn't update to properly reflect automatically. Whatever. Is there something I can play while we are AFK? While I am away? I don't know if I really want to put on some YouTubes to babysit. I don't know if I have anything I made that I can play. I definitely need to work on getting my clips going so I can post more stuffs while I am AFK. I do have a couple clips, but they're not really long enough to cover me making food and probably also eating food. Ow. Okay, whatever. I'll just put on musics and I'll try not to take too long. Try not to go be exploded into the vacuum of space and float away while I am gone. I will return in a couple of minutes, hopefully soon, but I'm not sure what I have for food, so we'll see. Give me a couple minutes. Actually, hang on. I think I'm gonna change my AFK background screen to the end of reach. I got just a little snack, but hopefully that's okay. However, I do want to take a break from reading here, and I do have a video that I've been meaning to listen to. I just hope that this time there is no spooky horse sounds. Because last time when I listened to one of these videos, he was with a horse, and the horse was like super omega loud. It was like a fucking jump scare. Like, holy fuck. Whoa. Okay, let's change. Ah, fuck. I hate that I keep having to. Okay, once and for all, let me do this once and for all, so everybody can see. I have the food and eating GIF, but I need a new thingy, new text. Foods, yumming or nomming, food. Okay. What's the font that I go with? Georgia regular. I think it's like 200 or something. Yeah, 200. Georgia regular 200. Georgia regular 200. With a stroke of... Oh, it's not in effects. Outline of 5. Outline 5 pixels and black. Okay, I guess I need to center justify this. Where is... There's no... Oh, vertical alignment center. Alignment center. Okay, they're perfect. Now this one, I don't have to keep manually changing the BRB and foods one. Actually, that's too big. Way too big. Let's do 150. Fuck, I can't see. I can't breathe. That's still too big. Let's do 80. A little too small. Let's just do 100. A flat hundo. Okay, they're perfect. Now, if I ever have to do this again, you guys will know that it's OBS that's fucking me over. So there's my foods. And my BRB are now separate. Anyway, the video that I wanted to listen to. I guess there are a couple of videos I wanted to listen to. From Dry Creek Wrangler School. He put out 2 videos that I've been wanting to listen to. But I haven't been streaming, so I haven't had the opportunity to get my thoughts on it. So, The Loudest Man in the Room and You're Not Driving That Truck. I also haven't yet watched this one, What Lies Underneath. I think I'll start with The Loudest Man in the Room while I munch on my... Where's my camera? While I munch on my chicken nuggies. Yummy, yummy.
Good morning. Dwayne here, Dry Creek Wrangler School. It's Sunday morning, and we got new batch of students coming in this afternoon for class, and it's nice and cool and overcast today for a change. It rained last night. So I'm going to take the opportunity and make a video. Now, this is a video I don't want to make. This is something that's been on my mind for several weeks now. And this is not my comfort zone. I don't do this, but I need to. All right. I started.
This guy should be emperor of the world, because leaders are the people who don't want to do it but have to do it. People who don't want the power and the authority, but are reluctant to use it, and we have to put them into that position so that they use it well. It's kind of like the invisibility cloak in Harry Potter. Use it well.
This because I have a heart for young people and a heart to help young people and to counsel them and point out traps and that they might be fixing to step into, or point out ways to get out of traps that they've already stepped into. And that was my heart from the beginning. I didn't get on here to push my way of doing things. I didn't get on here to attack anybody, nothing like that. But I feel like there's something that I need to point out in that's going on today that's affecting a lot of people. All right, especially young people. But I'm gonna tell you a story first. I'm gonna set up the background on this. All right. Several years ago, my wife and I, we lived in Alaska, and I had a friend out there. I liked him, and I very much respected him. All right, we'll start out with that. We had acquired 10 acres of land out of Talkeetna, remote from him and his wife. You drove as far as you could, and you parked, and then you hiked or rode snow machines or four-wheelers in the rest of the way. That's where it was. And we were getting ready to build a cabin on that property. So now my wife and I were down on the Kenai Peninsula getting everything ready to move out there and start building. And I got a text from him one morning that said, I killed 3 grizzly bears this morning. Now, stop and grasp the full weight of that. I killed 3 grizzly bears this morning. And so I called him, and I'm like, dude, what the heck? Now, he lived in a cabin that was down on the Matsu River, and he had his wife, and they had 2 children of their own, and they had several foster children, about 5 foster children, I think, at that time. And they were, I don't know, a quarter mile, half a mile through the woods, not that far, quarter mile through the woods from where our cabin site was. And they were in the cabin one night, and then about 3 o'clock when y'all don't worry about the flies, it's just a reality of ranch life, all right? About 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, I think, if I remember right, the dogs started barking. Now, you have dogs, we had dogs, and dogs bark, that's what they do. Especially in Alaska, if you're living out in the bush, critters come through, but there's a bark, and then there's a bear bark. And it don't take long to tell the difference. And this was the bear bark. So he got up, got his clothes on, picked up his lever action Marlin 1895 4570, and stepped out the door. Now, this is Alaska in the summertime, so there's light. It's not like here. It's light, he can see. And so the dog is tied up right out in front of the cabin door there. So he goes out there with his rifle, and he's standing there by the dog.
Does he kill a mama bear and 2 little babies? Is that what this is about? And then he's gonna say that you don't have to be super duper omega violent killer to be masculine. You can just bring the dogs inside, not cause any problems, and then that doesn't make you any less of a man. Kind of seems like that's where this is going.
Checking to see what's going on. And all of a sudden, out of the bush right straight in front of him, about less than 40 yards away, 2 grizzly bears come charging out at full charge, shoulder to shoulder. He jerks his rifle up, shoots the one, it peels off, drops the rifle, works the lever, and at that point, the second one is so close he has to fire from the hip. It peels off the other way. So, like I said, he's got a house full of kids and stuff, and he can't have 2 wounded grizzly bears just out there around. So he calls his wife out, gives her a 12-gauge shotgun with slugs in it, and puts her on a tall stump and with a cell phone. And then he goes off in the bush looking for these grizzly bears. So he goes off the first one he shot, and he finds it over, and it's dead. He drilled it plumb center. So he comes back around where the other one had peeled off, and he looks around and digs it, and he finds that one, and it's dead. So he calls up there in Alaska, if you kill a grizzly bear that, you're not hunting, you don't have a tag or license for, you got to call Fish and Wildlife. And they got to come out and investigate whether it's a DLP, it's a defense of life and property, whether it was a legitimate shoot or not. So he calls Fish and Wildlife, Fish and Game, and the other thing is, if you kill one, even if it is a DLP, you have to skin the bear out, and you have to deliver the bear skin, the skull, and the claws, all the claws, to the nearest office, okay, the nearest wildlife office. So he had a mini excavator there. One of these bears was over 8 foot, all right? It was big. So he drags these bears in up to the cabin. Fish and Wildlife told him start skinning them out anyhow. So he was doing that, and while the excavator, so he tied a chain and picked part of it up so he can get to it and skin it out. Excavator's idling. He's down there. And he said the hairs on the back of his neck just stood up. And he turned around, and about 7 paces away was another grizzly bear, stalking like a cat, coming up behind him. So he yelled, jumped over, grabbed his rifle, which he had leaned against the cabin, spun around and shot that bear. Fish and Wildlife said they figured it was during breeding season, and they figured that they had been fighting all night mating. The last bear he shot was a younger, smaller bear, and the 2 boars, there was a sow and 2 boars. The 2 boars had been fighting for the right to mate the sow. And the little one had finally been driven off, and the other 2 were just all fired up from mating and fighting and everything, and they heard the dog barks, so they come in to get the dog. And then the little one smelled the blood after the first 2 were dead, so he thought maybe here was his chance, so he came in. And but they didn't reckon with Dennis. Now let me tell you about Dennis. Dennis was raised a Mennonite. Now he had left the Mennonite church at that point, and he was just a Christian. Dennis wasn't a real big fella. He wasn't a little fella. He just average size. He was quiet and soft-spoken. Never heard him raise his voice. Never saw him get angry. He had no tattoos. He didn't drink a drop of alcohol. He didn't use any type of tobacco. Never heard him use a swear word. He loved his wife and he loved his kids. And he's one of those guys that could do about anything you could imagine with his hands, it seemed like. He could take a chainsaw and a drawing knife and build a cabin. He did it while I was there. The best man with a chainsaw I've
There's 8 or 10 more minutes. Oh my goodness.
ever worked with in my life.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start up some flood fight. What? This isn't. This is an Andrew Tate video? Come on. Go, go, go. Skip, skip, skip. I was not expecting this to be an Andrew Tate video. Also, this is the most replayed segment.
Shoulder to shoulder. Could imagine with his hands. He didn't use a swear word. He could take. He loved his wife and he loved his kids. And he's one of those guys that could do about anything you could imagine with his hands, it seemed like. He could take a chainsaw and a drawing knife and build a cabin. He did it while I was there. The best man with a chainsaw I've ever worked with in my life. If I was about to go into a situation that was going to get hairy, I would want to stand shoulder to shoulder with Dennis. I would not stand shoulder to shoulder with Andrew Tate. Now, I'm not going to talk about his charges. I'm not going to talk about him going to jail. I don't think he did this. I don't think he did that stuff. I don't think he held anybody against their will or kidnapped anybody or did any of that. That don't matter. You know what the dangerous type of lie in the universe is? The most dangerous type of lie in the universe is the one that has the most truth in it. The most dangerous people out there are people who take a lie and wrap it all up in truth and deceive you. Andrew Tate likes to call himself the most dangerous man in the world. But he cannot be the most dangerous man in the world because he's currently the loudest man in the world.
I personally have not followed much about the Tate stuff, and I just don't care. It seems like just it seems to me like kind of like the lowest hanging fruit sort of thing, so I don't really pay all too much attention to it. But I just feel like my ultimate conclusion and the current standing on all of the red pill stuff is just like lowest hanging fruit and not very well thought out conclusions from these people. And, I don't know much more beyond that. I don't have much more opinions beyond that. Also, like, this is my wife. I'm gonna protect her with my life.
And the dangerous man is never the loudest man. You hear what I'm saying? I'm saying that you need to be careful about who you follow. In my experience, I don't care how big a fella is. I don't care how tough he is in a ring where there's rules and there's referees looking out for stuff. I don't care how much he works out. I don't care how much he walks around without a shirt on. I don't care how big his tattoos are. The louder he is, the more insecure he is inside. And when I see Andrew Tate, I see an extremely, extremely crippling, insecure man. Now you say, Dwayne, he
Is that his video? Yeah, that's him.
puts off such extremely secure vibes. I know. But a secure man don't have to put off vibes. A tough man is not going to always tell you how tough he is. He's not going to get online and keep showing you clip after clip.
Yes, 100%. It's like that. It's the same premise that, what? He's got a shield? Where, oh, Christ. Where you, the point of having weapons, the point of having a sword, the point of having a gun, the point of being able to protect yourself and defend yourself and those around you and those you care about is that you don't use it. You don't brandish it. You're not loud and obnoxious about it. Oh, what the heck? You ran into my fire, you stupido. And I think it's definitely a clear indication and a clear sign of the kind of person you're dealing with if they feel that they have to be the loudest gorilla, the loudest monkey in the room. Which is definitely not the kind of people who I appreciate, who I want to hang out with, who I want to be around. And it's one of those things where like you gotta surround yourself with the kind of people you want to be like. It's like you're part of you're a product of your environment and your upbringing. And so having a sloppy, lazy, low-hanging fruit group of people that's where he's going with here. I guess there's multiple angles. There's the you're a product of your environment and those around you, as well as you don't have to be super loud and boisterous to prove it. I get to say this because I grew up and was raised in New York City. When somebody offends you, you don't have to respond with violence. You don't have to. It's not a sign of you being not masculine if you just let it slide. It's a sign of masculinity if you let it slide, because it's not a big deal. And growing up in New York City and going to New York City public schools, there are a lot of a certain kind of people who are quite, whose first they have a race, whose first instincts is to be boisterous and basically just overcompensate. I don't like and don't appreciate that. And I don't think that's the way to go. This is not the way.
Clip after clip of him hitting a punching bag, of him winning in fights and knocking people down. You into drinking games? I'm not, but some people are. Look, here's a drinking game, okay? Get you a bottle of whatever you drink, set it in front of you. Every time that man says Bugatti, take a drink. See how far you get through the video. Why does he constantly have...
Am I allowed to play this drinking game by drinking water? Because that's what I drink. What the heck?
to bring up his money?
Oh, just
Why
like
does he
SQC.
constantly have to point out his supercars and his women and then his money? Why does he have to stand there with his shirt off showing you his muscles all the time? Why? What is he so insecure about? when it comes time for
Oh, fuck.
the stuff to hit the fan, and it's going to hit the fan, you want a quiet, secure man that knows what he's doing. When I see people talk about how he's helped young men, all I see
Oh,
the only examples I see given by him, and I haven't watched all the stuff. There could be others, okay?
They killed my wife! Where's her body? No! Where's my wife? She's gone. She disappeared. Oh, she's just down here. Rip. Well, I gotta. No, I can't break her body apart, so the flood don't take her. Rip. This fucking. I got distracted by this flood on the turret on the Hogwarts. The Hogwarts. the warthog. Oh no. My wife has been killed, and now my brain is so shattered that I can't even. I'm mixing up my properties, my Harry Potters and my Halo. Oh my. Oh no. What an awful nightmare. Well, I have no reason to live anymore. Let's just fuck these guys up.
Is how much money they're making. I help them make money. He's all about money. Of course, he leaves out the fact that he started making money by being a pimp. Now, I don't think he's a pimp now. I think he's changed a lot of stuff he's saying, but how much of that is image rehabilitation? And how much is that real, sincere, mature, and growing? It's not fully mature and growing, because if it was, he would get on there and he would publicly say, I did wrong. Now, maybe he has. I haven't seen it, okay? A real man would say, look, this is what I did. This is how I got my start. I own all these. He talks about his investments, and he talks about the money he's making and the property he owns. But I got my start by pimping women on the internet. So it's a poison well. But young men, they don't need help. The core problem today is not a lack of money. Now, money's helpful, money's good. But I've watched him on 2 or 3 different occasions say, if you're not rich, you're either a fool or you're lazy. Only a fool would say that. Andrew Tate is a fool.
A fool.
My dad wasn't a fool. And my dad damn sure wasn't lazy.
Oh, no.
But he wasn't
no,
rich
no,
either.
no.
Because he didn't live his life for himself. And he did not extort people and use people. He did not get on the backside of internet somewhere with women and take
Try to
people
fucking run
for
me
their
over.
money. He served people, so he died poor. So any jackwagon that gets on the internet with a shirt off
Jackwagon? What the heck is
and
a
calls men like
jackwagon?
my dad and men like you have probably known your whole life, either lazy or fools, because they're not crooked and degenerate like Andrew Tate is, because they're not rich. Man's a fool. And why in the world would you follow a fool? A loud, arrogant fool. Now you say he's rich. Hollis, there's a lot of thieves out there that are rich.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck.
All right? Now, Tate can do his own thing. And I'm not going to address this subject again. And I'm not going to get into some kind of something with him on the internet. I'm just talking to you. And I'm just pointing out to you the reality of mankind, the reality of the world, and the reality of truth is that the most dangerous man in the room is never, ever, ever the loudest man in the room.
That's very true.
The loudest man in the room is the most insecure man in the room. And that's why they put off so much flash and vibe.
Very
so
true.
you do what you want. Tate can do what he wants. I'm going to do what I want. But I'm just pointing out that's a trap. And you do what you got to do. Okay? I got no beef against him personally. All right? But I just point out the truth. That's what I do. All right? And so I'm going to stop there. That's more than I wanted to do. Done let the cigar go out, and now my lighter's kind of sputtering.
I think my mouse was over it. I think my mouse was over the picture-in-picture, and so I tried to fire at the Wraith Gunner, but I just no. Now that clip is gonna make me look like a fool. Unlucky. That was actually pretty funny, though. Oh my goodness.
On me. But what I got here today is the Charter Oak Connecticut shade. my early morning breakfast cigar from cigarplace.biz. That's where I got these from. People ask me all the time, Dwayne, if I want to start out with an inexpensive but quality hand-rolled cigar that's not too strong and too rich, I point them to these Charter Oaks. All right, they have the Habano, they have the Maduro, and they have the Connecticut Shade. But the Connecticut Shade is just mild and smooth and affordable. All right. The other thing is, I want to remind you guys that in December, Mom and I are going to be in Vegas at the Cowboy Christmas. We're going to be setting up. We're going to be there at the booth of Rand's Custom Hatters, and we're going to spend about 3 days there. So if you're in the area, come by and see us. And the last thing is, I mentioned on the last video, we are going to be putting out T-shirts soon, and so I've got to.
Well, like I said, I was not aware that this was an Andrew Tate video, but regardless, I do agree wholeheartedly. And there are many ancient texts, whether they be scripture or heroic epics, that also allude to this concept of, you have to, oh my god. That it's not the loudest people, the most flashy people who are the real ones, the real G's. It's kind of like, but not exactly, how the Master Chief is the strongest one, and that's why he always hides in his armor. He doesn't show off his muscles or his hot blue AI who has woman's feet. See, he doesn't go showing it off like some kind of a cringe lord. He keeps it to himself, until it is necessary to whip it out. Anyway, let's go ahead and finish off the Fall of Reach. Where's my book? Here's my book. Borrow again. Oh shit, I gotta go take my dishes. Give me 1 second, and then we will continue. That was a good video. I really liked that video. I think I'll go ahead and post it on Discord. I thought it was raining. I heard like raining sounds. I'll post it on Discord in the philosophy channel. You happy? You're happy with that yummy that I gave you? Okay. Where is that video link? The loudest man in the room. Put that in philosophy and literature. Bang. Okay. So I had a quick snack of chicken nuggets, and I hope that is enough to get me through the entire rest of this book. It will definitely be enough to get me through the story. Okay. So, Blackton Keys says that the Master Chief should hurry up, and blast the station to smithereens because they're running out of time. But Master Chief thinks to himself, Captain Keys was wrong. They weren't running out of time. Time had already run out. Chapter 36. 0616 hours. August 30th, 2552. Military calendar. UNSC Pillar of Autumn, Epsilon Eridani System, near Reach Station Gamma. The plan started to fall apart almost the instant the Pillar of Autumn launched the Pelican dropships. "Bring us about to heading 270, Captain Keyes ordered Ensign Laval. "Aye, Captain," Laval said. "Lieutenant Hall tracked the dropship's trajectories." "Pelican 1 on target to dock with Station Gamma," Lieutenant Hall reported. Pelican 2 initiating descent burn. They are 5x5 to land just outside Fleet HQ. "Captain," Cortana interrupted. "Spatial disruption behind us." The view screen snapped to the aft. Black space bubbled with green points of light. The stars in the distance faded and stretched. A Covenant frigate appeared from nowhere. So just for context, I believe this is happening at the exact same time that the other chapter was happening. But we're now from Key's perspective, from the Pillar of Autumn's perspective, rather than the super bomb Pelican. It's at 0616. This one is also 0616 from the UNSC Pelican dropship. So same exact time. Simultaneous chapters. A Covenant frigate appeared from nowhere. "Lieutenant Dominique," Captain Keyes barked, "notify Fleet Comm that we have unwanted visitors in the backyard. I respectfully suggest that they reorient those orbital guns ASAP. Ensign Lavelle, turn this ship around and give me maximum power to the engines. Lieutenant Hikowa, prepare to fire the Mach gun and arm Archer missile pods B1 through B7. The crew jumped to their tasks. The Pillar of Autumn spun about. Her engines flared, and she slowly came to a halt. The ship started back toward the new Covenant threat. "Sir," Cortana said, "spatial disruptions increasing exponentially." 2 more Covenant frigates appeared, flanking the first ship. As soon as they exited slipstream space, a white-hot line streaked across the blackness. A super Mach gun had targeted them and fired. The Covenant ship only existed for a moment longer. Its shields flashed, and the hull blasted into fragments. "They're powered down," Captain Key said. "No lights, no plasma weapons charging, no lasers. What are they doing?" "Perhaps," Cortana said, "their pinpoint jumps require all their energy reserves." "A weakness?" Captain Keyes mused. "Not for long," Cortana replied. "Covenant energy levels climbing." The 2 remaining Covenant ships powered up. Lights snapped on. Engines glowed, and motes of red light appeared and streamed along their lateral lines. Entering optimal firing range," Lieutenant Hikawa announced. "Targeting solutions computed for both ships, Captain." Did I say computed properly? I feel like I said it incorrectly. "Targeting solutions computed for both ships, Captain." Wait, she's still speaking? What the heck? "Target the port vessel with our Mach gun, Lieutenant Hikawa." Wait a second. Oh, it's a typo. That's why I got confused. Okay, so I thought she kept speaking here, but it's actually Captain Keyes. Okay, so for those of you who can't see the screen, for listeners only, the paragraph where Lieutenant Hikawa says entering optimal firing range and targeting solutions computed for both ships. That is one paragraph. And then there's a new paragraph with opening quotation marks that says, "Target the port vessel with our Mac gun," and then that's where the quote ends, end quote. But it says Lieutenant Hikawa. But that quotation should extend to include Lieutenant Hikawa, and then it should continue, said or ordered or commanded Captain Keyes. Typically, if you're continuing someone speaking, you clear out this ending quote here. So that's why I was so confused. Like, what the heck? This is like I think one of the biggest typos I've seen so far. There was the one where Kelly gave him John a thumbs up, and then I don't know if there are any typos with just letters. I think it's like mostly punctuation, and this one is fucking huge. What the heck? Okay, I'm gonna have to reread that entire thing then. Now that I know what the fuck is supposed to be happening. Entering optimal firing range, Lieutenant Hikawa announced. Targeting solutions computed for both ships, Captain. Target the port vessel with our Mac gun, Lieutenant Hikawa, Captain Keyes said. Ready Archer missiles for the starboard target. Let's hope we can draw their fire. Lieutenant Hikawa typed in the commands. Ready, sir. Fire! The Pillar of Autumn's Mac gun fired 3 times. Thunder roiled up from the ventral decks. Archer missiles snaked through space toward the Covenant frigate on the starboard edge of the enemy formation. The Covenant ships fired, but not at the Pillar of Autumn. Plasma bolts launched toward the 2 closest orbital guns. The Pillar of Autumn's Mac rounds struck the Covenant ship once, twice. Their shields flared, glowed, and dimmed. The 3rd round struck clean and penetrated her hull aft, sent the ship spinning counterclockwise. The orbital Mac guns fired again. A streak of silver, and the port Covenant vessel shattered. A split second later, the starboard ship exploded too. But their plasma torpedoes continued toward their targets, splashing across 2 of the orbital defense platforms. The guns melted and collapsed into boiling, molten spheres in the microgravity. 13 guns left, Captain Keyes thought. Not exactly a lucky number. 13, huh? Lavelle, huh? Space, huh? Maybe the hose exploded again. Let me check. No, it doesn't look like the hose exploded. No, the hose looks perfectly fine. Guess I should just go have a look real quick. I will be outside. Give me like 2 seconds. I don't want to be wasting water. I don't want to pay the water bill if I'm not using that water for nothing. What the heck? 1 second. No, the hose is most definitely not broken. Not on my watch. Easy peasy. The only thing that's gonna be leaking today is Cortana feet pics. Okay, where are we? 13 guns left, Captain Keyes thought. Blackton Keys. Not exactly a lucky number. Lieutenant Dominique, he said, request Fleet Comp to send all arriving vessels in system to take up defense position near the guns. I guess it's he says our guns, but whatever. Request Fleet Comp to send all arriving vessels in system and take up defense positions near our guns. The Covenant is willing to sacrifice a ship for one of our orbital guns. Advise them the Covenant ships appear to be dead in space for a few seconds after they execute a pinpoint jump. Got it, sir, Lieutenant Dominique said. Message away. Lieutenant Hikoa, Captain Keyes said. Send the destruction codes to those wild missiles we launched. Aye, sir. Belay that, Captain Keyes said. Something didn't feel right. Lieutenant Hall, scan the region for anything unusual. Scanning, sir, she said. There are millions of hull fragments. Radar is useless. Thermal is off the charts. Everything is hot out there. She paused, leaned closer, and a hank of her bold hair fell into her face. I've never seen hank used like that. A hank of her hair. Define hank. Noun, a coil or skein of yarn, hair, rope, or other material. Ah. Okay, so let me pull up the visuals here about the differences between a cake, a hank, a ball, and a, I don't know how this one's pronounced actually, skein. So a cake is like the typical formation of yarn. That's not a ball, but it looks kind of like a ball, where like there's a hole in the middle. So you can like, you can shove it into a tube, and it goes spinny winny. And this is a hank. It's kind of like, I guess it looks kind of like when you knot your hairs. You put your hairs in a thingy, tie your hairs together, and then a skein. See if that's how that's pronounced. Don't think I've really ever seen these words. Go to define skein. Oh, it's gonna be loud as fuck, so I'm gonna lower it for you guys. But my ears are ready.
Skein.
It is skein, indeed. Okay. Good to know. She paused, leaned closer, and a hank of her blonde hair fell into her face, but she didn't brush it aside. Reading motioned toward Gamma Station, sir. Landing pods. Lieutenant Hikawa, Keith said. Repurpose those Archer missiles. New targets. Link with Lieutenant Hall for coordinates. Yes, Captain, they said in unison. Diversion, distraction, and deceit, Captain Keyes said. The Covenant's tactics are almost getting predictable. 100 pinpoints of fire dotted the distant space as their missiles found Covenant targets. Picking up activity just out of effective range of our orbital guns, Cortana said. Show me, Captain Keyes said. The Titanic Covenant vessel Keyes had seen before was back. It fired its brilliant blue-white beam, a lance across space, that struck the destroyer Herodotus. I'm assuming that's how that's pronounced. Who is Herodotus? I missed that point in Greek history. Herodotus was a Greek historian and geographer born in Halicarnassus in the 5th century BCE. He is known as the father of history due to his objective recounting of the Greco-Persian wars of the late 5th century. Herodotus was an engaging narrator with a deep interest in the customs of the people he described, and he remains the leading source of original historical information, not only for Greece between 550 and 479 BCE, but also for much of Western Asia and Egypt at the time. He traveled the eastern Mediterranean and beyond to do research into human affairs, from Greece to Persia, from the sands of Egypt to the Scythian steppes, and from the rivers of Lydia to the dry hills of Sparta. Sparta, huh? Spartans, huh? It fired its brilliant blue-white beam, a lance across space, that struck the destroyer Herodotus, 100,000 kilometers distant. The beam cut clean through the ship, stem to stern, bisecting her. Christ, Ensign Lavelle whispered. A salvo of orbital gun rounds fired at this new target, but it was too far away. The ship moved out of the trajectory of the shells. They missed. Another beam flashed from the Covenant vessel. Another ship, a carrier, the Musashi, was severed amidships as it moved to cover the orbital guns. The aft section of the ship continued to thrust forward, her engines still running red hot. They're going to snipe our ships, Keyes said. Leave us nothing to fortify reach. He took out his pipe and tapped it in the palm of his hand. Ensign Lavelle, plot an intercept course. Engines to maximum. We're going to take that ship out. Sir? Lavelle sat straighter. Yes, sir. Plotting course now. Cortana appeared on the holographic display. I assume you have another brilliant navigational maneuver to evade this enemy, Captain. I thought I'd fly straight in, Cortana, and let you do the driving. Straight? Straight? You are joking. Cortana does not like straight. Who would have thunked? Straight? You are joking. Logic symbols streamed up her body. I never joke when it comes to navigation, Captain Keyes said. You will monitor the energy state of that ship. The instant you detect a buildup in their reactors, a spike of particle emissions, anything, you fire our emergency thrusters to throw off their aim. Cortana nodded. I'll do my best, she said. Their weapon does travel at light speed. There won't be much time to... A bang resonated through their portside hull. Captain Keyes flew sideways. Blue-white light flashed on their port view screen. One shot missed, Cortana replied. Captain Keyes stood up and straightened his uniform. Ready mech gun, Lieutenant Hikawa. Arm Archer missile pods C1 through E7. Give me a firing solution for missile impact on our last Mac round. Lieutenant Hikawa arched an eyebrow. She had good reason to be dubious. They would be firing more than 500 missiles at a single target. Solution online, sir. Guns hot and ready. Distance, Lieutenant Hall. Closing in on extreme ranges for Mac gun, sir. In 4, 3... An explosion to starboard, and the pillar bottom jumped. Keyes was braced this time. Fire, Lieutenant Hikawa. Send them back where they belong. Send these foul beasts to the abyss. Gandalf's the white. Miss Randir isn't supposed to be on the pillar bottom. Missiles away, sir. Waiting to coordinate Mac rounds. Blue lightning washed out their view screen. Dull thumps sounded through the pillar bottom like a string of firecrackers going off. The ship listed to port, and it started to roll. We're hit, Lieutenant Hall said. Decompression on decks C, D, and E. Sections 2 through 27. Venting atmosphere. Reactors damaged, sir. She listened to her headset. Can't get a clear report of what's going on below decks. We're losing power. Seal those sections. Lieutenant Hikawa, do we have gun control? Affirmative. Then fire at will, Lieutenant. The Pillar of Autumn shuddered as its Mac guns fired. Pings and groans diffused through her damaged hull. A trio of white-hot projectiles appeared on the view screen, chasing the Archer missiles toward their intended target. The first round struck the Covenant ship. Its shields rippled. The second and third rounds struck, and more than 500 missiles detonated along her length. Flame dotted the massive vessel, and her shields blazed solid silver. They faded and popped. A dozen missiles impacted her hull and exploded, scarring the bluish armor. "Minimal damage to target, sir," Lieutenant Hall reported. "But we downed their shields," Captain Keyes said. "We can hurt them. That's all I need to know. Lieutenant Hikawa, make ready to fire again. Identical targeting solution. Lieutenant Hall, launch our remote piloted longsword interceptor and arm its Shiva nuclear warhead. Cortana, take control of the ship." Cortana tapped her foot. The first time we have any description or mention of Cortana's foot or feet. I wonder if they're going to go into detail. Cortana tapped her foot. "Longsword away," she said. "Where do you want me to park this thing?" "Intercept course with the Covenant ship," he told her. "Sir," Lieutenant Hikawa cried, "we have an insufficient charge rate insufficient charge rate to fire the Mac guns." "Understood," Captain Keyes said. "Divert all power from the engines to regenerate gun capacitors." "May I point out," Cortana said, and crossed her arms, "that if you power down your engines, we will be inside the blast radius of the Shiva warhead when it reaches the Covenant ship?" "Noted," Captain Keyes said. "Do it." "Capacitors at 75%, Lieutenant Hikawa announced. 85. 95. "Full charge, sir. Ready to fire." "Fire at will," Captain Keyes ordered. "Missiles away." A javelin of blue-white energy from the Covenant ship splashed at the Pillar of Autumn. The beam struck and cut through the hull. The Pillar of Autumn slid into a flat spin as the explosive decompression knocked the ship off course. As the Autumn spun, the Covenant energy beam carved a spiral pattern in the hull, shredding armor and puncturing deep into the ship. The ship lurched sickeningly. The ship lurched sickeningly as the beam played across the portside Archer pods. The missiles detonated in their tubes. Keyes was nearly thrown from his command chair as the deck bucked beneath him. He tightened his safety straps and scowled at the tactical displays. "Damage report," he yelled, his voice competing with the dozens of hazard alarms that blared through the bridge speakers. Cortana brought up a holographic view of the ship and flagged damaged areas in pulsing red. "Port launch and storage base have been breached. Fires on all decks, all stations. Fires on all decks, all sections. Primary fusion chamber is breached." The Pillar of Autumn tumbled out of control. "Cortana, get us straight and level. We have to fire our guns." "Yes, Captain." Her body became a blur of mathematical symbols. "This is an extremely chaotic trajectory," she said. "Atmosphere still venting. Hang on. There. Got it." The Pillar of Autumn righted itself. The Covenant ship centered on the main view screen. This close, Captain Keyes saw how huge the ship was. 3 times the mass of a normal cruiser. There was a pod mounted on the top deck. It swiveled and tracked the Pillar of Autumn, bringing the turret to bear. It glowed electric white as it built up another lethal charge. "Fire when ready, Lieutenant Hikawa," Captain Keyes ordered. "Firing!" Thunder rumbled below decks. Mac gun rounds away. The shells struck the Covenant vessel. Archer missiles impacted. Only a handful got through her downed shields. Cortana crash land. I was still reading the previous one to make sure my eyes were still on the previous paragraph to make sure I got it correct. I missed the quotations. Cortana, crash land our long swords on this bit. I was the the end of the line is BAS and then dash. So I thought it was gonna be like something like basement or something, but it's bastard. Send those bastards to hell, he said. Cortana, crash land our longswords on that bastard. Set timer delay on the nuke for 15 seconds. Afterburners on, Cortana replied. Impact in 3, 2, 1. She's down, sir. The Pillar of Autumn sped past the Covenant ship. Lieutenant Hall, divert any power you can muster to the engines. Bringing secondary reactor back online, sir. That gives us 15%. Aft camera on center screen, Captain Keyes ordered. The Covenant ship slowly turned toward the Pillar of Autumn, and its turret tracked their position. For the first time in his life, Keyes prayed that a Covenant ship's shields would hold. The alien ship became a flash of white light, its outline blurred. Their shields held for a split second as the Shiva warhead detonated inside its protective aura. The shockwave rebounded off the asymmetrical shape of the shields just before their collapse. Jets of energy exploded outward at 3 different angles. Thunder and plasma roiled into space, cleanly missing the Pillar of Autumn. The light faded, and the Covenant flagship was gone. Captain Keyes puffed again on his pipe and tapped it. I wasn't sure if it was tapped or taped, so I had to take a second there to pause. Captain Keyes puffed again on his pipe and tapped it out. Maybe now they had a chance to rally what remained of the UNSC fleet and defend Reach. Congratulations, Captain, Cortana said. I couldn't have done it better myself. Thank you, Cortana. Is there a planet nearby? Beta Gabriel, she said. 14 million kilometers, practically next door. Good. Ensign Lavelle, plot a course for a slingshot orbit. Reverse our trajectory back in system. Sir, Lieutenant Dominique interrupted. Incoming transmissions from Reach. It's the Spartans. On speakers, Lieutenant. Static hissed from the channel. A man's voice broke through. Bad. Reactor Complex 7 has been compromised. We're falling back. Might be able to save number 3. Set off those charges now. There was a series of explosions. More white noise. Then the man returned. Be advised, Pillar of Autumn. Ground-side reactors are being taken. Orbital guns at risk. Nothing we can do. Too many. We will have to use the nukes. Static washed away the transmission. Captain, Cortana said, you need to see this, sir. She overlaid a tactical map of the system on the main view screen. Tiny triangular red marks winked. Tiny triangular red marks winked on the edges. Covenant ships, dozens of them, re-entered the system from slipspace. Sir, she said, when the guns around Reach go down, there will be nothing left to stop the Covenant, he finished. Captain Keyes turned to Lieutenant Dominique. Get those Spartans back online, he said. Tell them to evac ASAP. In a few minutes, it's going to get very nasty around Reach. He took a deep breath. Then raised the Master Chief on a secure channel. Let's hope he has some good news for us. Phew. Chapter 37. 0637 hours, August 30th, 2552. Military calendar. Epsilon Eridani system, reach station Gamma. Multiple signals on motion tracker, the Master Chief said. They're all around us. The passageway behind the Master Chief and Blue One swarmed with blips. So did Docking Bay 9 ahead of them. The Master Chief saw, however, that not all the blips were hostile. 4 Marine friend or foe tags strobed on his heads-up display. Four Marine friend or foe tags strobed on his heads-up display. Sergeant Johnson, Private O'Brien, Private Becenti, and Private Jenkins. The Master Chief opened a comm channel to them. Listen up, Marines. Your lines of fire are sloppy. Tighten them up. Concentrate on one jackal at a time, or you'll just waste ammo on their shields. Oh no, oh no. I was not expecting to have to voice Sergeant Johnson here. I don't have a Sergeant Johnson voice prepared, but I have to do him justice. Oh, I know what the ladies like. Oh, fuck. Okay, let's go do some research. Stick with the Master Chief. He'll know what to do. Sergeant Johnson lines. Or I guess we'll do quotes. Quotes. Maybe I'll maybe I'll just give him some arbiter type of voice acting. Not for any particular reason, just because. Kill me or release me, parasite, but do not waste my time with talk.
He never gets me anything.
Here we go. The perfect line.
Oh, I know what the ladies like.
I don't think I could do that voice. Fuck.
Attention all combat personnel. Please report to your action station. 5th Platoon, secure airlock at Deck 11. 14th Platoon, rendezvous with 22nd Tactical at Bulkhead.
Move like you got a purpose.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill.
Damn right I am. Now move it out. Double time.
Attention all personnel. We are...
No, I can't. I'd have to practice way too hard to get a proper Sergeant Johnson voice. I don't think I could do it. Just make it up out of the blue.
Re-engaging the enemy. External and internal contact imminent.
All you greenhorns who wanted to see Covenant.
See, this is why representation is so important. If there were black characters in The Lord of the Rings, then I would have reason to practice those lines and that voice acting, and then I could do a more appropriate Sergeant Johnson.
Up close. This is gonna be your lucky day.
All personnel. We are re-engaging the enemy. External and internal contact.
Sir, yes, sir. Damn right I am. Now move it out. Double time.
Attention all personnel. We are...
It blew right through us. 50 cal rockets didn't do a thing.
Where's the rest of your platoon?
Wasted, Sarge.
And we will be too, sir, if we don't get the hell out of here.
You hit Marine.
No, sir.
Then listen up. You had your chance to be afraid before you joined my beloved corps. But to guide you back to the true path, I brought this motivational device. Our big green style cannot be defeated.
What about that scarab?
We've all run the simulations. They're tough, but they ain't invincible. Stay with the Master Chief. He'll know what to do.
Yes, sir, Sergeant.
Ah, fuck. I closed it at the worst time. He never gets me anything.
He never gets me anything.
Oh, I know what the ladies like.
I feel like they had to do multiple takes of that. I know what the ladies like to get them to perfectly recite it that way. Oh no. Okay, let's try to see his lines and then see if I can workshop a Sergeant Johnson voice that's not too awful. Okay, so what he first says is, so first he asks, Master Chief, Sergeant Johnson asks. Sergeant Johnson said, startled, Sir, yes, sir. I don't know if I see any other Sergeant John. Oh, yes, sir, Johnson replied. Okay. Hopefully, if I'm skimming through this properly, there aren't too many Johnson lines, and most of it is just him acknowledging Chief's orders. So hopefully, the requirement for Johnson voice acting isn't too high here. Let's hope that persists until the end of the book. I will have to practice my Sergeant Johnson voice before I start reading the next book. The Master Chief opened up a comm channel to them. Listen up, Marines. Your lines of fire are sloppy. Tighten them up. Concentrate on one jackal at a time, or you'll just waste ammo on their shields. Master Chief, Sergeant Johnson said, startled. Sir, yes, sir. Blue 1, the Master Chief said. I'm going in. We're going to open up the circumference like a tin can. He nodded toward the Pelican in the adjacent bay. Give me a few grenades over the top. Understood, she replied. You're covered, sir. She primed... She primed 2 frag grenades, swung around the pressure doors, and threw them behind the jackals. The Master Chief pushed off the wall, propelled himself in the 0G across the bay. The grenades detonated and caught the jackals on their backsides. Blue blood spattered on the insides of their shields and across the deck. The Master Chief crashed into the Pelican's hull. He pulled himself to the side hatch, opened it, and crawled in. He got into the cockpit, released the docking clamps, and tapped the maneuvering thrusters once to break free. The Pelican lifted off the deck. The Master Chief said over the comm channel, Marines and Blue 1, take cover behind me. He maneuvered the Pelican into the corner of the docking bay. A dozen jackals poured in through the passage that Blue 1 had just left. The Master Chief fired with the Pelican's autocannon, cut down their shields, and peppered the aliens with hundreds of rounds. They exploded into chunks. Alien blood twisted crazily in zero gravity. Master Chief, Linda said, I'm picking up thousands of signals on the motion tracker, inbound from all directions. The entire station is crawling. The Master Chief opened the Pelican's back hatch. Get in, he said. Blue 1 and the Marines piled inside. The Marines did a double take at Blue 1 and the Master Chief in their Mjolnir armor. They're trying to see Linda's backside because she's the one providing cover at the end. What the heck? I guess this is technically Halo Reach, so they don't have armor plates on their butt. Maybe they're just intrigued by what they see. The Marines did a double take at Blue 1 and the Master Chief in their Mjolnir armor. The Master Chief turned the Pelican to face the circumference. He sighted the autocannon on the ship's forward viewports and opened fire. Thousands of rounds streamed from the chain gun and cracked through the thick, transparent windows. He followed up with an Anvil 2 missile. It blasted through the prow and peeled the craft open. Take the controls, he told Blue One. He slipped out the side hatch and jumped to the circumference. The inside of the ship's cockpit was scrap metal. He accessed the computer's panel. He accessed the computer panel in the front deck and located the nav database core. It was a cube of memory crystal the size of his thumb. Such a tiny thing to cause so much trouble. What the heck? He's fucking Boromir. What's the line that he says? They're on the path of the pass of Caradhras, and then he says something like, "Such a shame, caused so much trouble over so small a thing." Lord of the Rings, the pass of Caradhras. This one's the Lego Lord of the Rings, but I'm pretty sure it'll get the point across. Oh fuck! I'm gonna get copy strike for Lord of the Rings music. I saw that there was a cutscene. Where is it? Is it here?
We will go through the mines.
Oh no! It's before this. Still gotta keep playing Lord of the Rings. Lego Lord of the Rings. Oh, it should be here. Oh my god. The guy who uploaded this video, he had to mute it too for copyright. Oh my god. Oh my god. I came here for this and it's muted. Oh.
Boromir, give the ring to Frodo.
He's putting so many filters over the fucking audio so he doesn't get copy striked.
I fear not.
Rip. I'm looking for the lines. I'm looking for the lines of Moria. Wait, I didn't type in Lego Lord of the Rings. What the heck? I guess it autofilled to it. Where is Lord of the Rings Caradhras? So let's put Boromir. Let's see if this is it. I don't want to get copy striked, so I'll just mute it for a little bit until the appropriate time.
It is a strange fate that we should suffer so much fear and doubt over so small a thing.
A strange fate. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure that the live stream VOD afterward will be copy strike there a little bit, but it should be okay. No biggie. Maybe I'll just mute it because I'm not actually reading it there anyway, so. Or actually, no, because if you mute a certain part of the stream, then it has to reprocess and technically re-upload the video. So I'm not even gonna bother with that. Whatever. It is what it is. He accessed the computer panel in the floor deck. Did I say floor deck or front deck last time? He accessed the computer panel in the floor deck and located the nav database core. It was a cube of memory crystal the size of his thumb. Such a tiny thing to cause so much trouble. He shot it 3 times with his... I've been possessed by the spirit of Gollum. Gollum. I can't even read. Gollum. Such a tiny thing to cause so much trouble. He shot it 3 times with his assault rifle. It shattered. Mission complete, he said. One small victory in all this mess. That's one small victory for Master Chief. One giant catastrophe for humankind. One small victory in all this mess. The Covenant wouldn't find Earth today. He exited the circumference. Jackals appeared on the level above them in the docking bay. His motion tracker blinked with solid contacts. He jumped back into the Pelican, strapped himself in the pilot's chair, and turned the ship to face the outer doors. Blue 1, signal the Dockmaster AI to open the outer bay. Finishing this fight. Struggling to finish the sentence. Blue 1, signal the Dockmaster AI to open the outer bay doors. Signal sent, she said. No response, sir. She looked around. There's a manual released by the outer door. She moved toward the aft hatch. I'll get this one, sir. It's my turn. Cover me. Roger, Blue 1. Keep your head down. I'll draw their fire. She launched herself out to the back hatch. The Master Chief tapped the Pelican's thrusters, and the ship rose higher in the bay, up to the 2nd level. The upper decks were the mechanic bays. The area was littered with ships that were partially disassembled in various stages of repair. It was also where 100 jackals and a handful of elites were waiting for him. They opened fire. Plasma bolts scored the hull of the Pelican. The Master Chief fired the chain gun and let loose a salvo of missiles. Alien shields blazed and failed. He's blazing their glory. Whoa. Alien shields blazed and failed. Blue and green blood splashed and flash froze in the icy vacuum. He hit the top thrusters and dropped down to the lower level, slammed the ship back into a berth for cover. Blue 1 crouched by the manual release. The outer doors eased open, revealing the night and stars beyond. You're clear for exit, Master Chief. We're home free. A new contact on the Pelican's targeting display appeared, right behind Linda. He had to warn her. A bolt of plasma struck her in the back. Another bolt of fire blazed from the upper decks and splashed across her front. She crumpled. Her shields flickered and went out. 2 more bolts hit her chest. A third blast smashed into her helmet. What the heck? The Alamaus are blasting her helmet, her face, her chest, her back. What? They're getting their plasma all over her. Oh my goodness. God, I wish that was me for real, for real. 2 more bolts hit her chest. A third blast smashed into her helmet. No, the Master Chief said. He felt each of those plasma bolts as if they had hit him too. He moved the Pelican to cover her. Plasma struck the hull, melting its outer skin. Get her inside, he ordered the Marines. They jumped out, grabbed Linda and her smoldering armor, and pulled her inside the Pelican. The Master Chief sealed the hatch, ignited. What the heck? Oh, that was a motorcycle. I thought it was a pickup truck or a fucking plane. Like, it was like, roar. Me as a truck, roar. That's all I heard. But then I looked and it was just the motorcycles. Maybe it was a ghost. A ghost or a mongoose. A mongoose. At least they're not going to leave Linda to to be ejected into space like a mongoose. Get her inside, he ordered the Marines. They jumped out, grabbed Linda and her smoldering armor, and pulled her inside the Pelican. The Master Chief sealed the hatch, ignited the engines, and pushed them to full thrust, rocketing into space. Rocketing into space. Can you fly the ship? He asked the Marine Sergeant. Yes, sir, Johnson replied. That's not a good Johnson voice at all, but we'll do what we can. Yes, sir. Is that more better? How about I have to pretend that I have just eaten a whole bunch of watermelon and fried chicken. Yes, sir. Oh, I know what the ladies like. And then you gotta use that and say, yes, sir. Yes, sir, Johnson replied. Take over. The Master Chief went to Linda and knelt by her side. Sections of her armor had melted and adhered to her. Underneath, in patches. Patches! What the heck? It's a patches! Underneath, in patches, bits of carbonized bone showed. He accessed her vital signs on his heads-up display. They were dangerously low. Did you do it? She whispered. Get the database? Yes, we got it. Good, she said. We won. She clasped his hand and closed her eyes. Her vital signs flatlined. John squeezed her hand and let go. Yes, he said bitterly. We won. Master Chief, come in, Captain Keyes' voice sounded over the comm channel. The Pillar of Autumn will be in rendezvous position in 1 minute. We're ready, Captain, he answered. He set Linda's hand over her chest. I'm ready. We're ready, Captain, he answered. He set Linda's hand over her chest. I'm ready. The instant the Master Chief docked the Pelican to the Pillar of Autumn, he felt the cruiser accelerate. He took Linda's body double time to a cryo chamber and immediately froze her. She was clinically dead. There was no doubt of that. Still, if they could get her to a fleet hospital, they might be able to resuscitate her. It was a long shot, but she was a Spartan. The med techs wanted to check him out as well, but he declined and took the elevator to the bridge to report to Captain Keyes. Blackton Keyes. As he rode inside the lift, he felt the ship accelerate port, then starboard. Evasive maneuvers. The elevator doors parted, and the Master Chief stepped onto the bridge. He snapped a crisp salute to Captain Keyes. Reporting for debriefing, sir. Captain Keyes turned and looked surprised to see him, or maybe shocked to see the condition of his armor. It was charred, battered, and covered with alien blood. The captain returned the Master Chief's salute. The nav database was destroyed, he asked. Sir, I would not have left. Sir, I would not have left if my mission was incomplete. Of course, Master Chief. Very good, Captain Keyes replied. Okay. Sir, may I ask that you scan for active FOF tags in the region? The Master Chief. What's FOF? Friendly. FOF tags. Friendly. I don't know. FOF tag. Friend or foe tags. Oh, okay. I think these are the first 2 times we've seen friend or foe when Chief saw Sergeant Johnson and the Marines on his motion sensor and And just now, FOF. Or no, I guess 3 times because what the heck? I still have my fucking bandage on from like 3 days ago. I guess the first time it was mentioned was when when James first went floating into space, and then he would order the UNSC do a full scan. Although I don't think it actually specifies friend or foe. But whatever. Sir, may I ask that you scan for active FOF tags in the region? The Master Chief glanced at the main view screen, saw scattered fights between Covenant and UNSC warships in the distance. I lost a man on the station. He may be floating out there. Somewhere. Lieutenant Hall, the captain asked. Scanning, she said. After a moment, she looked back and shook her head. I see, the Master Chief replied. There could be worse deaths, but not for one of his Spartans. Floating helpless, slowly suffocating and freezing, losing to an enemy that could not be fought. Sir, the Master Chief said, when will the Pillar Bottom rendezvous with my... Sir, the Master Chief said, when will the Pillar Bottom rendezvous with my planet-side team? Captain Keyes turned from the Master Chief and stared out into space. We won't be picking them up, he said quietly. They were overrun by Covenant forces. They never made orbit. We've lost contact with them. The Master Chief took a step closer. Then I would like permission to take a dropship and retrieve them, sir. Request denied, Master Chief. We will have a mission to perform, and we cannot remain in this system much longer. Lieutenant Dominique, aft camera on the main screen. Covenant vessels swarmed through the Epsilon Eridani system in 5-ship crescent formations. The remaining UNSC ships fled before them. I think this is the last time I'm going to have to borrow the book from the library for the story chapters. Loading. I should have taken the opportunity to pee. Fuck, I'll be right back. Covenant vessels swarmed through the Epsilon Eridani system in 5-ship crescent formations. The remaining UNSC ships fled before them, those that could still move. Those ships too damaged to outrun the Covenant were blasted with plasma and laser fire. The Covenant had won this battle. They were mopping up before they glassed the planet. The Master Chief had seen this happen in a dozen campaigns. This time was different, however. This time, the Covenant was glassing a planet with his people still on it. He tried to think of a way to stop them, to save his teammates. He couldn't. The captain turned and strode to the Master Chief, stood by his side. "Dr. Halsey's mission," he said. "Dr. Halsey's mission," he said, "is more important than ever now." Okay. Kind of a weird way for me to read that, but okay. "Dr. Halsey's mission," he said, "is more important than ever now. It may be the only chance left for Earth. We have to focus on that goal." 3 dozen Covenant craft moved toward the Gamma Station, and now 3 dozen Covenant craft moved toward Gamma Station and the now inert orbital defense platforms. They bombarded the installations, the mightiest weapons in the UNSC arsenal, with plasma. The guns melted and boiled away. The Master Chief clenched his hands into a fist. His hands into a fist? The Master Chief clenched his hands into fists. The captain was correct. There was nothing to do now except complete the mission they had set out to do. Captain Keyes barked, "Ensign Lavelle, give me our best acceleration. I want to enter slipstream space as soon as possible." Cortana said, "Excuse me, Captain. 6 Covenant frigates are inbound on an intercept course." "Continue evasive maneuvers, Cortana. Prepare the slipspace generators and get me an appropriate randomized exit vector." "Aye, sir." Navigation symbols flashed along the length of her holographic body. The Master Chief continued to watch as the Covenant ships closed in on them. Was he the only Spartan left? Better to die than live without his teammates. But he still had a mission. Victory against the Covenant. And vengeance for his fallen comrades. Generating randomized exit vector per the call protocol, Cortana said. The Master Chief glanced at her translucent... What's she looking at her body for? What the heck? He's a fucking pervert. She already said she doesn't like straight. The Master Chief glanced at her translucent body. She looked vaguely like a younger Dr. Halsey. Tiny dots, 1s and 0s, slid over her torso, arms, and legs. I guess we finish at the end of the book with a description of Cortana's torso, arms, and legs. Master Chief just staring at her. What the heck? He's a banana hentai. He's a baka hentai. She looked vaguely like a younger Dr. Halsey. Tiny dots, 1s and 0s, slid over her torso, arms, and legs. Her thoughts were literally worn on her sleeve. The symbols also appeared on Ensign Lavelle's nav station. He cocked his head as the symbols and numbers scrolled across. The nav console. The representations of slipspace vectors and velocity curves twisted across the screen, tantalizingly familiar. He'd seen them somewhere before, but he could not make the connection. Something on your mind, Master Chief? Cortana asked. Those symbols. I thought I had seen them somewhere before. It's nothing. Cortana got a far off look in her eyes. The marks cycling in her hologram shifted and rearranged. The Master Chief saw the Covenant fleet gathered around Planet Reach. They swarmed and circled like sharks. The first of their plasma bombardments launched toward the surface. Clouds in the fire's path boiled away. Jump to slip space, Ensign Lavelle, the captain said. Get us the hell out of here. John remembered Chief Mendez's words, that they had to live and fight another day. He was alive, and there was still plenty of fight left in him, and he would win this war, no matter what it took. Section 6. Halo. Epilogue. 0647 hours. August 30th, 2552. Military calendar. UNSC Pillar of Autumn, Epsilon Eridani Systems Edge. Cortana fired the Pillar of Autumn's autocannons, targeting a dozen Seraph fighters, harassing them as they were accelerating out of the system. 7 Covenant frigates were now locked into the pursuit. She dodged a volley of pulse laser fire, using the ventral emergency thrusters. She pushed the damaged secondary reactor to critical levels. They had to build up more speed before activating the Shaw Fujikawa Translite generator. Translite, huh? They had to build up more speed before activating the Shaw Fujikawa Translite generators, or the jump to slipstream space would fail. She rechecked her calculations. Under the Cole protocol, they would be jumping away from Earth, but it would not be a totally random heading. The Master Chief had been right when he said that he recognized the shorthand navigation symbols on the nav display. Cortana accessed the Spartans' mission logs. She sifted through the data and filed it into a secondary long-term storage buffer. When she reviewed the database of his mission reports, Cortana learned that Spartan 117 had seen something similar on the Covenant vessel he had boarded in 2525. And again, the symbols almost looked like those on the rock he had extracted from Covenant forces on Sigma Octanus 4. Only reports on the symbols found in the anomalous. Only reports on the symbols found in the anomalous rock had defied cryptoanalysis. Keyes' order to plot a Keyes' order to plot a navigation route sparked a connection between the data. She accessed the alien symbols, and rather than compare them with the alphabets or hieroglyphics, compared them to star formations. There were some startling similarities, along with a number of differences. Cortana reanalyzed the symbols and accounted for thousands of years of stellar drift. 1/10 of a second later, she had a close match on her charts, 86.2%. Interesting. Perhaps the markings in the rock recovered in Perhaps the markings in the rock recovered on Sigma Octanus 4 were navigation signals, albeit highly unusual and stylized ones. Mathematical symbols as artistic and elegant as Chinese calligraphy. I need the waters. Mathematical symbols as artistic and elegant as Chinese calligraphy. What was there that the Covenant wanted so badly that they had launched a full offensive against Sigma Octanus 4? Whatever it was, Cortana was interested too. She compared the new nav coordinates with her directives and was pleased with what she saw. The new course complied with the Cole Protocol. Good. The Covenant frigates fired the plasma again. 7 bolts of fire streaked toward the Pillar of Autumn. She dumped the coordinates to the nav controls and stored the logic path that led to her deduction in the high security buffer. Approaching saturation velocity, she told Captain Keyes. Powering Shaw Fujikawa translite generators. New course available. The Covenant frigates aligned with their outbound vector. They were going to try to follow the Pillar of Autumn to slip space. Damn. The Shaw Fujikawa translite generators tore a hole in normal space. Light boiled around the Pillar of Autumn, and she vanished. Cortana had plenty of time to think on the journey. Most of the crew were frozen in cryo for the trip. Some of the engineers had elected to try to repair the main reactor. A futile gesture. But she lent them a few cycles to try to rebuild the convection inductor. Had Dr. Halsey been on Reach when it fell to the Covenant? Cortana felt a pang of regret for her creator. Maybe she had gotten away. The probability was low, but the doctor was a survivor. Cortana ran a self-diagnostic. Her alpha-level commands were intact. She had not jeopardized her primary mission by following this vector. There were, unfortunately, sure to be Covenant ships when they arrived, wherever they arrived. The Covenant had followed them into slipstream space, and they had always been faster and more accurate than UNSC navigators in the elusive dimension. Captain Keyes and Master Chief would get their chance to disable and capture one of those vessels. Their luck had so far defied all probability and statistical variations. She hoped their defiance of the odds continued. Captain Keyes, wake up, sir, Cortana said. We will enter normal space in 3 hours. Captain Keyes sat up in the cryotube. He licked his lips and gagged. I hate that stuff. The inhalants Here's that word again from the very beginning. What is it again? Surfactant. The inhalant surfactant is highly nutritious, sir. Please regurgitate and swallow the protein complex. Captain Keyes swung his legs out of the tube. He coughed and spat the mucus onto the deck. You wouldn't say that, Cortana, if you ever tasted this stuff. Ship status. Reactor 2 has been fully repaired, she replied. Reactors 1 and 3 are inoperable. That gives us 20% power. Archer missile pods I and J-Rose serviceable. Autocannon ammunition at 10%. Our remaining Shiva warheads are intact. She paused and double-checked the Mac gun. Magnetic accelerator gun's capacitors depolarized. We cannot fire the system, sir. More good news, he grumbled. Continue. Hull breaches patched, but the majority of decks 11, 12, and 13 are destroyed. That includes the Spartans' weapons locker. Are there any infantry weapons left? Keyes said. Keyes asked. We may need to repel boarders. Boarders as in people who board ships, not boarders as in the borders of a nation. Are there any infantry weapons left? Keyes asked. We may need to repel boarders. Yes, Captain. A substantial number of standard marine infantry weapons survived the engagement. Would you like an inventory? Later. What about the crew? All crew accounted for. Spartan 117 is in cryosleep with the marine and security personnel. Waking bridge officers, and all essential personnel. And the Covenant? We'll know in a moment if they were able to track us, sir. Hang on a second. That's not what the line is supposed to be. I think we both know the answer to that. We'll know in a moment if they were able to track us, sir. Very well. I'll be on the bridge in 10 minutes. He eased out of the tube. I'm getting too damn old to be frozen and shot through space at light speed, he muttered. Cortana checked the status of the waking crew. There was a minor flutter in Lieutenant Dominique's heart, which she corrected. Otherwise, status normal. The captain and crew assembled on the bridge. They waited. 5 minutes until normal space, sir, Cortana announced. She knew they could see the countdown timer, but Cortana noticed that the crew responded well to her calm voice in stressful situations. Their reaction times generally improved by as much as 15%, give or take. Sometimes human imperfection made calculations maddeningly. Sometimes human imperfection made calculations maddeningly imprecise. She ran another check on all intact systems. The Pillar of Autumn had taken a tremendous beating at Reach. It was a wonder she was still in one piece. One piece! Entering normal space in 30 seconds, she informed Captain Keyes. Shut down all... That's not Cortana speaking. Shut down all systems, Cortana. I want us to be dark when we hit normal space. If the Covenant did follow us, maybe we can hide. Aye, sir. Running dark. The view screen filled with green light. Smears of stars came into focus. A purple-hued gas giant filled a third of the screen. Captain Keyes said, Fire thrusters to position us in orbit around that planet, Ensign Lavelle. Captain Keyes said, Fire thrusters to position us in orbit around the planet, Ensign Lavelle. Aye, sir, he replied. The Pillar of Autumn glided around the gravity well of the moon. Cortana detected a radar echo ahead, an object hidden in the shadow. As the ship rounded the dark side of the gas giant, the object came into full view. It was a ring-shaped structure, gigantic. Cortana, Captain Keyes whispered. What is that? Cortana noted a sudden spike in pulse and respiration among the bridge crew, particularly the captain. The object spun serenely in the heavens. The outer surface was gray metal, reflecting the brilliant starlight. From this distance, the surface of the object seemed to be engraved with deep, ornate geometric patterns. Could this be some kind of naturally occurring phenomena? Dominique asked. Unknown, Cortana replied. She activated the ship's long-range detection gear. Cortana's hollow image frowned. The Pillar of Autumn's scanning systems were fine for combat, but for this kind of analysis, it was like using stone tools. She diverted processing power away from the ancillary. She diverted processing power away from ancillary systems and channeled it into the task. Figures scrolled across the sensor displays. The ring is 10,000 kilometers in diameter, Cortana announced, and 22.3 kilometers thick. Thick. I always have trouble with this word. I can't... My brain... When my brain sees this word, it breaks it up into different parts, but then it can't glue it back together to pronounce it correctly the first time, just by looking at it. I have to break it down manually and pronounce it manually each time before I say it. It's kind of like German. Spectroscopic. Meine Liebling ist in East Bananen. And 22.3 kilometers thick. Spectroscopic analysis is inconclusive, but patterns do not match any known Covenant material, sir. She paused and aimed the long-range camera array at the ring. A moment later, a close-up of the object snapped into focus. Keyes let out a low whistle. The inner surface was a mosaic of greens, blues, and browns. Trackless desert, jungles, glaciers, and vast oceans. Streaks of white clouds cast deep shadows upon the terrain. The ring floated? The ring rotated and brought a new feature into view. A tremendous hurricane forming over an unimaginably wide body of water. Oh no, maybe it's Hillary. Equations scrolled furiously across Cortana as she studied the ring. She checked and rechecked her numbers, the rotational speed of the object and its estimated mass. They didn't quite add up. She ran through a series of passive and active scans and found something. Captain, Cortana said, the object is clearly artificial. There's a gravity field that controls the ring's spin and keeps the atmosphere inside. At this range, and with this gear, I can't say with 100% certainty, but it appears that the ring has an oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere and Earth normal gravity. If it's artificial, who the hell built it? And what in God's name is it? Cortana processed that question for a full 3 seconds, and finally answered, I don't know, sir. Captain Keyes took out his pipe, lit it, and puffed once. He examined the curls of smoke thoughtfully. Then we'd better find out. And that is the end of Halo, The Fall of Reach. Oh hey Adkira, when did you get in here? That R34 Cortana foot job, there was only like one part where it mentioned Cortana's foot, and then only one other part where it mentioned her torso, her legs, and her arms, I think. I am disappointed that we did not get a further description of Cortana's feats, like we did with her previous AI, with Dr. Halsey's previous AI, in which they specified particularly that Deja was barefoot. Unlucky.
It didn't take long for Reach to fall. Our enemy was ruthless, efficient, but they weren't nearly fast enough. For you had already passed the torch, and because of you, we found Halo, unlocked its secrets, shattered our enemy's resolve. Our victory, your victory, was so close. I wish you could have lived to see it. But you belong to Reach. Your body, your armor, all burned and turned to glass. Everything. Except your courage. That you gave to us. And with it, we can rebuild.
Unlucky. So it looks like there are about 30, 39, about 40 pages again of bonus memes. When did we start reading? We're on page. So the last page of the story is 395. So let's do 395. I think page 435 is the end of the ebook, but that's including the final advertisements for Xbox. So we do 435 minus 394. 41 pages. So the bonus content is about as long as what I just read this entire 3 hours, 40 minutes. It was more like 3 hours, 20 minutes because I started reading at about 20 minutes into the stream. The other day I checked out this thingy. What the heck? This I'm gonna mute the YouTubes for you guys just in case. Don't want to get spooked up. Not this one. I think it's this one. Fuck, was it not here? What the heck? There was... Sometimes, like a total of 3 or 4 times when I started streaming for reading, I played the theme for Halo Reach, which is this one, which I'm going to play now. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I don't know why sometimes the browser just decides to lag for like no fucking reason. This one. And in the comments, there was the Cortana speech at the end, the Dr. Halsey speech at the end in Spanish. I can't find it now, though. I want to read it in Spanish. No, it's not here. Hanky. Okay, let me see if I can find what I am looking for. See, Halo Reach closing ending speech Spanish, because it hits so different. It hits so much harder in Spanish. Dialogue? Text. Okay, let's listen to the Halo Reach final speech in Spanish, but I feel like I don't want to prime you for my thoughts. I'll let you guys listen to it blind on your own, and then It's possible that maybe... Oh, hold on. Maybe there are two different versions. Okay, so like, this is the one that I checked out. It just says Spanish, but it does say Latino. This one also does, but I think that this one was more like Spain Spanish, not Latino Spanish. And well, I'll let you guys listen to it.
Rich no tardó mucho en caer. El enemigo era implacable, eficiente, pero no fue suficientemente rápido. Porque tú ya habías pasado la antorcha. Gracias a ti encontramos el Halo. Develamos sus secretos. Acabamos con la determinación del enemigo. Nuestra victoria, la tuya, estaba tan cerca. Ojalá hubieras vivido para verla. Pero perteneces a Rich. Tu cuerpo, tu armadura, todo quemado y convertido en cristal. Todo, menos tu coraje. Ese fue tu regalo.
Oh my God.
Gracias a él podemos reconstruir.
So, I'm pretty sure nobody understood that. But I'm pretty sure you could probably hear what I heard. In that, my opinion of this recording of the Spanish version of that speech, it's not the correct tone. It doesn't convey the proper emotion. In the English one, Dr. Halsey was a little remorseful. She had the slight touch of sadness in there. And here, when she says they weren't nearly fast enough, she has like a little giggle. What the fuck? No, that's not how that's supposed to be read. No.
Rich no tardó mucho en caer. El enemigo era implacable.
Here, they were vicious. Efficient. And then she's gonna say it, but they weren't fast enough. And she has like a little snicker, a little giggle.
No fue suficientemente rápido.
Do you hear that? You hear that? Her tone goes up? Like she's making a joke? What the heck? No. I have to redo it to give it proper justice. Enki. That's what I'm trying to look for, the actual text. Also, another thing I have issue with that Spanish voice acting take there is that it's fucking... She's just like reading it off the page. Like she has to read 4 or 5 more other things to send in to the Spanish translated games and movies. Like she just wants to get done with this one to move on to the next project so she can get paid. What the heck? Her heart's not in it. No. I gotta do the proper reading. Halo Reach. Final speech. Spanish. I guess translation. Fuck, somebody had it in one of the comments. I don't know where it's gone now. I need to go find... Somebody link me a Spanish Mexican Halo Discord server so I can go ask there. Fuck, I don't know where it is. This makes me very angry. Very angry. You don't want to see me when I'm angry. Fuck, dude. Angry. I'm just gonna have to write it down, I guess. I have to go listen to it again. Write it down. I should have just copied it when I had the chance. now it's lost to the annals of history. This one has no comments enabled, so I can't. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, here we go. I found it. Okay, here it is in Spanish. And I will read it properly. I will give it the proper tone, justice, emotion that it deserves. The proper spacing, the proper pausing, the proper intonation. Wait, where's the rest of it? It's missing. It's hiding the... Wait a second, if I go all the way up... Okay, this is as big as I can make it without hiding the text. Okay, so here is how it should be read. You are free and welcome to send this recording and clip into your Halo Reach files, language files in Spanish, and replace it with the one with the disaster that is in there. Reach no tardó mucho en caer. El enemigo era impecable, eficiente, pero no fue lo suficientemente rápido, porque tú ya habías pasado la antorcha. Gracias a ti encontramos el Halo, revelamos sus secretos, acabamos con la determinación del enemigo. Nuestra victoria, la tuya, estaba tan cerca. Ojalá hubieras vivido para verla. Pero perteneces a Reach, tu cuerpo, tu armadura, todo quemado y convertido en cristal. Todo, menos tu coraje. Ese fue tu regalo. Gracias a él, podemos reconstruir. And that's how it should have been read. That's what it should have been. I'm kind of curious now what the translations were like in for the game, the entire voice acting. I wonder what Sergeant Johnson, Halo 2, Español. Oh, wait, no, that's just. Oh, okay, yeah. This works. Let's go find where he says, No, okay, let's first do... you said you were gonna wear something nice.
Díselo al Covenant.
Oh my god, that's Chief's voice in Spanish? You're supposed to sound like, tell that to the Covenant.
Díselo al Covenant.
He sounds more like a robot. What the heck?
Me dijiste que no habría cámaras.
Y usted dijo que iría bien vestido.
What? He doesn't sound black. What?
El pueblo necesita héroes, jefe, que les den esperanza. Así que sonría. ¿Quiere?
A fucking Colombian, Nicaraguan. Blackton Keys. Blackton Sergeant Johnson.
Nada. Cohetes, calibre 50, ni un rasguño.
¿Dónde está el resto de su sección?
Cayó, sargento.
Y si no salimos de aquí, nosotros también lo haremos, señor.
¿Marín le han dado?
No, señor.
Entonces escuche. El jefe va a subir a este tanque, cruzar el puente y hacer pedazos a todo hijo de perra extraterrestre que sea tan estúpido como para interponerse entre él y el profeta del pesar. Ya pueden ir calmándose, porque van a ir con él.
¿Qué hay del Scarab?
Ya lo hemos hecho en las simulaciones. Son duros, pero no invencibles. Quédense con el jefe maestro. Él sabrá qué hacer.
Sí, señor, sargento.
Gracias por el tanque. Él nunca me regala nada.
Oh, yo sé lo que le gusta a las mujeres.
Okay, that was a very well delivered line. That's I couldn't expect any better from the oh, I know what the ladies like.
Oh, yo sé lo que le gusta a las mujeres.
Kiro on YouTube says, Season 2 of the Halo show was leaked. Ryan Gosling is Johnson. TBH, that's actually kind of cool. Did they leak Cortana feet pics though? That's the real questions. The real questions. Let me see if it shows up on my trending in any of my thingies. Does it show up on Google? No, it does not. It's not on Google. It's not on Twitter. Is it on my YouTube's recommended? I see a video titled Halo the Entire Story, which is an hour long. I do not see anything about Halo Season 2 being leaked with Ryan Gosling as Sergeant Johnson. I don't know. Kinda seems like you're trying to meme. So for some reason, I don't trust you, at Kira. I wonder why that might be. Sasha Fox will play Sarah Palmer. Whoa, really? I wonder if they're gonna do some pretty cool scenes that you've created some artworks of. Also, I don't know if you were here during this one part. It was a pretty cool part of the story where I think you might be interested in it. You might want to make an animation or a 4K image of it. Let's see if I can find it. I think it's before this. Oh, okay, here we go. So, the Master Chief is fighting with an elite. They're in hand-to-hand combat in zero gravity. And then they push toward each other, and they collide in the air. The elite grabbed him and threw him. They both spun into the wall. The Master Chief was pinned. Perfect. I don't know if I had ever considered the Master Chief thinking it, quote, perfect that he be pinned against the wall by an elite. I don't know if that's the kind of fan art that you're interested in making, but it would technically be a lore accurate animation or still image if you wanted to do that. So, just giving you some ideas. Act accordingly. Okay, I don't know what to expect of the extra bonus content, but I am looking forward to it. It's canon that Master Chief is a bottom. Is that why there's a crying arbiter? Solipsil. Okay. Back, go back. Okay, we're back to reading. Adjunct. That's technically a section. It should technically be section 6. No, section 7. It should technically be section 7, but not really because it's not part of the story. They're just bonus memes. which is titled Adjunct. Office of Naval Intelligence Confidential. Directorate. Confidential. Directorate Memorandum. Interrogation Findings. UNSC Everest. 28 December 2530. 1230 Standard. Quote, the Groombridge Subject. Or I guess this is technically a title. The Groombridge Subject. This report was generated by AI Solipsil immediately following the interrogation of Subject 386, also known as the Bridge Grid. I swapped to the B there, to the beginning for like no reason. Following the interrogation of Subject 386, also known as the Groombridge Subject. Subject 386 was a biological life form captured in Waterford, Lemuria, of Groombridge 1830 on December 24th, 2530, at approximately 1805 hours. This interrogation was conducted on December 25th, 2530, 0240 hours. The subject was confirmed deceased at 0417 hours. The following is a series of transcription excerpts from the interrogation of Subject 386, as recorded by AI Solipsil. Recorded transcription excerpt. Solipsil. Current date and time is December 25th, 2530, 0240 hours Standard. We are in orbit above Groombridge 1830, aboard the UNSC Everest, within the ship's biohazard unit R12. This is UNSC AI Solipsil service number SLP 0391-5. Lieutenant, please state your rank, name, and service number for the record. Barclay. First Lieutenant Richard Lionel Barclay, Office of Naval Intelligence, service number 00045-23994-RL. Solipsil. Admiral, your rank, name, and service number for the record, please. Cole. Fleet Admiral Preston Jeremiah Cole, UNSC Everest, service number 03956-26127-PC. Solipsil. Let the record show that Subject 386 was captured from an enemy assault carrier which attempted to flee to the planetary surface during the engagement designated GB 5546. Two heavily armed tactical strike teams retrieved Subject 386 from within an enclosed compartment which survived landfall. The subject is approximately 2.3 meters in height and approximately 153 kilograms in weight. Subject 386. Unintelligible. Solipsil. Subject 386 is restrained and Lieutenant Barclay has a weapon drawn on the subject. Lieutenant, can you verify that for the record? Barclay. The weapon is drawn and ready to fire. Solipsil. Thank you, Lieutenant. Admiral, you can begin. Cole. Can you hear me? Solipsil. Let the record show that Subject 386 has made eye contact with the Admiral. Cole. Do you understand what I'm saying? Subject 386. Unintelligible. Cole. If you can hear me and understand what I am saying, nod your head. Solipsil. Subject 386 has nodded its head. Cole. What is your name? Subject 386. Unintelligible. Cole. Solipsil. Is this thing working? Solipsil. Let the record show that the Admiral is referring to TSV-442, Everest's onboard translation program. Yes, Admiral, it's working. The subject's not speaking any words recognized by our database. Cole. State your name. Subject 386. Unintelligible. Cole. Barclay, I'm clearly confusing it. Please help me articulate. Calypso. The lieutenant has cocked the M6 sidearm and has placed the barrel at Subject 386's right temple. Subject 386. That will not persuade me, human. Cole. Your name and rank. Subject 386. You are not worthy to hear it. Cole. You're going to die here, you know. You have absolutely nothing to lose. Give us your name and rank. Subject 386. Laughter? I wonder what kind of ALMO it is. Maybe if it's an elite, it would be like "Roar!" Something like that. Excerpt 01 ends. Excerpt 04 begins. Cole. Why are you here? Why Groombridge? Subject 386. It is just another human world, like all the others. Cole. Just like the others? Then why the other worlds? Subject 386. Unintelligible. Cole. What was that? Subject 386. Even now, you stand without unintelligible or honor. You are unclean, human, and nothing can save you. You are unclean, human, and nothing can save you now. Cole. Unclean. Subject 386. You are an affront to the gods, desecrating their temples by committing horrors with their consecrated unintelligible. Cole. Temples? What temples? Who are these gods? Subject 386. You are ignorant, swarming maggots. You know nothing of the great journey or of our God's treasures. Yet you, unintelligible, intend to destroy them. We will root out every single world you possess and lay waste to them one by one until there's nowhere left for you to go. Cole. I seem to remember us destroying your ships yesterday. Did you think we were going to let you just waltz right in? Subject 386. Yesterday? 3 ships, human. You boast about unintelligible. 3 of our vessels when you had 5 times that many, and lost almost all? Cole. Subject 386. Our fleets approach from beyond the stars, and they are far more vast than your unintelligible mind can fathom. There is no defense which you can muster, no escape. Calypso. Let the record show an increase in the heart rate of Subject 386. Cole. We're not afraid of you. We'll stand and fight. Subject 386. And you will perish by the billions. Cole. We'll stop you. I promise you. Subject 386. Your unintelligible is weak. Your cock is weak. Nothing more than slithering unintelligible to be cut away and discarded. He's gonna cut off his cock! What the heck? Just like they did for the Master Chiefs. That was a perfect elite sound. I've been practicing it and waiting to pull it out at the very end. Oh no, I'm getting hungry again. I only had like 6 chicken nuggets. Oh, can you hear? Does the mic pick up my tummy? It's kind of like. Your pee-pee is weak, nothing more than slithering, unintelligible, to be cut away and discarded. Calypso. Let the record show that subject 386 is moving within its restraints. Lieutenant. Barclay. Stand down. Do not move or I'll blow your expletive head off. Subject 386. We are the holy and glorious inheritors. Cole. Why are you attacking us? Calypso. Subject is slipping into some kind of arrest or seizure. Medics. Let the record show Subject 386's extensive injuries and trauma have... Subject 386. You have been judged unclean, a scourge that must be burned away. Every one of your worlds will be reduced to ash. Calypso. Medic! Medic! Let the record show... Subject 386. Unintelligible. Destroy you all. Calypso. Medic! Let the record show the subject's vitals have flatlined. Cole. We can't let them find her. Barclay. Earth? Cole. Earth. Calypso. Let the record show that as of December 25th, 2530, 0417 hours, Subject 386's vitals flatlined and, lacking the necessary understanding of its anatomy, the subject was not resuscitated. Transcription terminated. I'm not sure what kind of voice I could do. I'm not exactly sure what kind of Alabao this is. It says 2.3 meters in height. So it's probably an elite then. And 153 kilograms. Because hunters are just a collection of worms, right? 153 kg to LBS. 337 pounds. What is the average weight of the Halo elites? And weigh in at around 325 kilos. That is like 200 more pounds than whatever this thing is. What is the average weight for Halo grunts? 112 kilograms, 248 pounds. Maybe it's a grunt. I don't think they specified. Was a biological life form captured? Any other records? Any other piece of info? Subject 386 was captured from an enemy assault carrier which attempted to flee. Well, if it's attempting to flee, then it's probably a grunt. Attempting to flee the planetary surface during the engagement, 2 heavily armed tactical strike teams retrieved Subject 386 from within an enclosed compartment, which survived landfall. It's probably a grunt. Maybe I should have given it Flick's voice. Whoa! Meow meow! Okay, and that is the end of this transcription. That is the end of this this document. End of document. New document. Word from the Third Fleet of Glorious Consequence. To the Holy City of High Charity, Vice Cleric of Zeal. Excellency. This is from Supreme Commander Luro. I'm assuming this one is a Sangheli. Let's see. Supreme, or is it a Is it Prophet? Supreme Commander Luro. Oh, if it has a apostrophe, then I assume that is actually an elite. Like Katas Rodani. Taralumi. Is this Shipmaster? Then it is an even fight. Luro Taralumi is a major antagonist in Halo Legends and the main antagonist of Halo Legends The Package. He was the Supreme Commander of the Third Fleet of Glorious Consequence in the Covenant Empire during the Human Covenant War. He sent regular status reports to the Vice Cleric of Zeal. Okay, so it's definitely an elite. Okay, so word from the Third Fleet of Glorious Consequence. To the Holy City of High Charity, Vice Cleric of Zeal.
Excellency, since we last spoke, much has changed. The human world we had targeted has been laid to waste. The last cycle of purification is in its final stage. May we all walk the path. Unfortunately, our return will be delayed due to a local magnetic irregularity, but an early report may help to stay any concern you may have about this protracted engagement. In particular, any concern about one major Thel Lodami and the actions which placed our fleet and his entire battalion at grave risk, extending the skirmish needlessly.
Is that Arbiter? The Halo Arbiter? Thel... I think it's Thel Vadami or something, right? That's the... Okay, so this might be a different captain he's complaining about. Thel Lodami was a Sanghalier major in the Covenant during Human Covenant War. Okay, so it's just another elite that he's playing the political game. In particular, any concern about one major Thel Lodami and the actions which placed our fleet and his entire battalion at great risk, extending the skirmish needlessly.
Thel's devout hatred for the humans is commendable, but it feeds an unchecked and dangerous level of recklessness. He is a vicious commander and a skilled warrior, but he is incapable of self-control, even at the peril of the troops who serve under him. All were concerns which I respectfully addressed at the last assignment tribunal. During our siege, some of the vermin attempted to escape. We destroyed each and every vessel before they could even breach their world's gravity well. But one managed to find the system's edge. It was then that Thel left his battle group without notice in pursuit of this single ship with a small strike force. You already know what befell our fleet and the cost we have paid. Early estimates are somewhere near 3,000. All on the shoulders of reckless abandon. While Thel managed to slay a human demon, something we were surprised to find here, he came to understand that its purpose was to protect a key military asset. We are not certain what this asset's significance is, only that it is, in fact, significant. It is a human, a female, so important that the demon protector swiftly traded its life for the creature's safety. Such dedication is rather surprising. They will follow, and we will be ready for them. And then we will continue as planned, rejoining the fleets of furious retribution and righteous prayer at our assigned rendezvous point. In faith, your humble servant, Supreme Commander Lurot Taralumi, resplendent fervor.
What happened? Where'd you go? Patches, come here. Come here. Come here. What, are you spooked of the Alamau? The Alamau voices? Come here. Come here. No, don't play with that. It's my band-aid. Ew. It's my band-aid. End of document. New document. Office of Naval Intelligence. Narrowband point-to-point transmission. Classified top secret. For your eyes only. Regarding warm blanket. From, what is it, Vice Admiral, I assume? VADM. Vice Admiral, yes. Me is the big brain. From Vice Admiral Berlin M. Tursk, UNSC Heavy Cruiser Swiftsure. To Captain Lucius R. Giron. Giron? I think it's Giron. To Captain Lucius R. Giron. Oni Pro 49776. I think that elite voice fucked with my throat. Lucius, my apologies for the brevity of this message. Rain check on that coffee too. We're pulling out of the system. As you already know, yesterday the UNSC declared the colony of Meridum lost. The fight had gone on for over 2 weeks, and we killed a mountain of those bastards. But apparently not enough. During civilian egress, one of our evac craft, BL-9400493, carried a pseudo-civilian, the spooks consider PRI 1, Priority 1, Dr. Catherine Elizabeth Halsey. Not sure how the hell that went down, and usually Oni has a good eye on where she is at all times. But there she was, on Meridum's surface, just as the Covenant started their thing. Apparently her S-2, Spartan 2, bodyguard was taken out during extraction, but the ship she was on still managed to escape. They even made it to the edge of the system, safely, but a Covenant interceptor disabled the vessel before it was able to slip. Everyone on board was killed except for her, so they obviously realized they have something. As you know, they're not big on taking prisoners. Our continuous pings to her beacon indicate that she's still alive and still on ice. One other complication. They're bound to have detected the short radius M-wave bounce, which means they know they have a microtail and they're letting it follow. So they'll be expecting trouble. If we stop pinging her tracker, they may assume she's of no value to us. We're between a rock and a hard place. For the time being, we're fairly certain that the Covenant don't fully understand the value or nature of the package they have in their possession. But we're also pretty damn sure that once they find out, they'll attempt to exploit her to the fullest extent. For now, prep your OF-92s. Admiralty is sending Spartans your way for a quick and dirty extraction. Orders will follow shortly. B. End of document. New document. Hello, Agnes. Agnes Pounder? What the heck? Hello, Agnes. You're probably didn't expect I'm pretty sure this typo here is intentional. It's probably like, to make it seem more realistic, we'll put in realistic typos. Hello, Agnes. You probably didn't expect to hear from me. Not while we're in the middle of this mess. But I know you've seen the bulletin, and it's been eating away at me. You're the only person I can really talk to about it. I have no doubt my communications are being monitored. But all of this is public record, or at least official record. Ralph 303 is hardly anomalous in terms of what happened to his mind state and general psychological condition after his removal from the Spartan 2 program. But the recent revelation regarding the manner of his death and declassification of some elements of the Spartan 2 program make this as good a time to talk about an uncomfortable part of our lives as any. We have to be careful with children. I don't mean to sound glib or preachy. You know I'm not that way, but we have a moral responsibility, even in the face of great challenges and difficulties, that we cannot ignore. If we are tasked with saving humanity, then we must, as scientists, understand that saving humanity. Then we must, as scientists, understand what saving humanity actually means. If we abandon the very things that make us human to defend balls of rock, then what are we saving? To defend balls of rock, then what are we saving precisely? Better to take the path of least resistance offered by the flood anomaly, or even annihilation by the covenant, than abandon our human worth. Self-preservation simply isn't a strong enough argument. So I said I wasn't going to be preachy or glib, and I failed there, I suppose. I'm sorry. This has been eating at me since I saw the bulletin. He was a good kid. Most of them were good kids, and I feel like we'll let them down.
Patches? What's up, Patches? What's up, little baby? What's up, Patches? What happened? What's up, buddy? Look, she's a little baby. She's a baby.
Wait a second, I have the camera wrong. I gotta flip it. Fuck. Gotta flip it. Oh, okay, I think I see what's going on. I think because it's on multiple different scenes, and the other one is also flipped vertically, it's technically flipping vertically twice, I think? I don't know. But anyway,
Look, she's a baby. She's a little baby. Oh, no, wrong way. Come over here. She wants to lay down and sleepings. Look, she's a baby. She's a little baby.
Before 343 took over Halo, it was speculated that the Spartan who sacrificed himself for Hazi was Jun. I guess I can see that, yeah, that kind of makes sense. What came out first? Was it the Halo Legends?
What? Whoa, hold on there.
I'm sorry I spooked you, but you can't be pressing buttons on my keyboard. You can't be doing that. Was it the Halo Legends? I can't type it in right now because the kitty's on the desk. Was it Halo Legends or Halo Reach that came out first? Because maybe that would help align the lore. He was a good kid. Most of them were good kids, and I feel like we let them down. Daisy, huh? Daisy handled it better than Ralph did, at least in the short term. But I think in the end of the day, But I think at the end of the day, Ralph's path was better. I think he lived a happier life, even if it was truncated. I read his whole file. He led a good life. Physiological differences can't be ignored. Although some of his gene treatments were curtailed and suppressed, some irreversible changes had occurred. He'd have been an intimidating child in school, even with a strict military upbringing. Being an alpha male.
What the? He's an alpha male? Whoa. He's a red pillar.
Being an alpha male in an environment replete with them hardly makes his adolescence. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was adolescence or accolades, because I was just skimming through it.
Stop! What happened? I know my tummy's too grumbly.
I think Legends came out first. So there must have been some other media then before Halo Legends, or oh no, they did show. I don't want to play it. I might get dinged for the copy strikes, but I think it did show a Spartan dying in as they were on their pod racers, right? Watch out! Don't knock over my stuffs. I've watched Halo Legends a few times, but I don't remember if it's exactly while they're on the pod racers approaching the Covenant fleet, or if it's the guy who first, the Spartan who first finds gets to the center of the Tootsie Pop, and then they go kaboom. They nuke their own fleet. Legends released the beginning of 2010. Reach released September 2010. Legends is the animated shorts you watched. Yeah, I remember. I remember watching it before we watched it, the three of us. Oh my goodness. Daisy and Ralph were introduced in Halo Legends. I think these pages were added in a later re-release. Yeah. This one is supposed to be the definitive edition. Let me just bookmark this page, because they definitely add stuff. It specifies that it's the definitive edition, and my copy I got my copy way back in the Stone Age. Fuck, I gotta redo this. So it is flipping my shit, because I had this set up properly before. I'm gonna flip vertically. Go. So my copy is this version, the original for real in real IRL, which is not the definitive edition. And it does not, it just ends where, this is from my bookmark from when I last read it like 4 or 5 years ago, or maybe longer than that. It ends where at the end of the Halo Epilogue, section 6 Halo, and then when they're in cryo sleepings, and then they wake up and we're gonna find out what that ring is, and that's it. And then it advertises, hey, now that you read Halo, go ahead and buy Combat Resolved. And then next is The Flood, which as I have said multiple times, I did not appreciate it as much. I didn't even get to finish it. And so this is my physical copy, which has served me well these many years. And as you can see, I read it multiple times, which is why the spine is all wrinkly. Why I have bookmark thingies all over the place. Good times. Good times. So yeah, this definitive edition definitely adds all of those adjunct bonus meme documents and the these drafts of previous versions of the cover, which they're pretty cool. And yeah, so it would definitely make sense that this is a reprint with some additions, some typo fixes, but clearly not enough typo fixes because I found at least 3 that I can think of at the top of my head. And yeah, maybe they added some more lore thingies. They added here a mention of the flood. They added this Elamau, talking about the great journey and how humans are a plague, a scourge, mere maggots drifting in space. And when was the definitive edition published? Halo Fall of Reach. Definitive edition changes. Let's go look at that. So Fall of Reach was first published in 2001. Has been adapted into multiple different formats. Includes changes to the novel include grammatical fixes, resolved inconsistencies, and new bonus memes. Changes in graphic media include modified, omitted, or added dialogue and scenes, amalgamated character roles, and visual depictions varying from their original descriptions. So there's a whole list here of things. There's a fucking comic series? What the heck? So it was released in 2010, which is the definitive edition, which is what we have been reading. The re-release includes an adjunct section at the end with several new pieces of short fiction. And then at least lists each and every single one of them. And then I guess these are some changes here after this list of new documents. The dropship used to transport the 75 Spartan 2 trainees to the Military Wilderness Training Preserve in Chapter 5 is identified as a Pelican in the original edition, despite its troop bay being far too small for 75 occupants, which was another thing that was kind of sussy. Once they got their Mjolnir armor from Kaiseri 4, where they had all 40-something Spartans in the back of one Pelican. In the reissue, the dropship is changed into a larger albatross. On page 46 of the original edition, Kelly 087 hands out parts of a map to the 75 Spartan trainees. Then on page 48, when John checks to make sure the children arrived at the lake, he only counted 67. In the re-release, the count of 67 is changed to 74. Okay, it's just a bunch of little things. I'll go ahead and link this into the stream video description once it is published as a video. So yeah, it was a whole entire 9 years between the original book that I have here physically and this definitive edition, which gave them plenty of things to add. One last thing I gotta look up. Halo Reach release date, September 14th, 2010. Halo, the Fall of Reach definitive edition release date. Published October 30th, 2001 for original. And then definitive edition June 28th, 2011. So this was released about a year after the game Halo Reach. And I did see a little spoiler there in the wiki that maybe they did a little something that they did a little something to try to tie in the game and the book together. Okay. Physiological differences. He's alpha male. Okay. That's where we left off. Being an alpha male in an environment replete with them hardly makes his adolescence and emergence into adulthood typical. He had some advantages. We can assume that the lack of typical schoolyard competition and relative lack of stresses in those environments made some of the transitional years easier for him than if he had been, for example, a shorter, weaker child, more prone to bullying. No, I do not like anime, unfortunately, for anime lovers. School reports do show some bullying tendencies on his part, but nothing particularly cruel, and the reports indicate a simple and perhaps normal phase, rather than a trend or pattern. To all intents and purposes, he was a fair-minded and ostensibly good child. The fact that he recovered from that trauma and actually served in the Marines is a testament to his strength. We tend to use successful Spartans as a yardstick for strength sometimes, and that's unfair. Nobody can bend that much and not break a little. What's up, Arby? His adoptive parents understood that he was a special case, and I feel, very strongly, that this kind of reset of environment was important to his recovery and his subsequent growth as a human being. Ironically, I suspect that when he did finally pass away, honorably and in action I might add, that he was more stable and mature in his outlook than many of the Spartan success stories. Parental placement is important in these cases for a number of reasons. Secrecy, of course, is paramount. Paramount, huh? They're doing a call out to their own TV show media company. They're they put a meme in here like 20 years ahead of its time. Secrecy, of course, is paramount, but we've found that the structured, disciplined lives afforded by military families help create a sense of stability and purpose for otherwise very confused children. There are elements of the Spartan program we still can't discuss openly. Stuff Halsey didn't know about, for example, but we can speak with conviction about relative morality because we have the luxury of hindsight and the burden of guilt. I guess my point is that you have to think about Ralph. I know you're working with new children. I know that doing this for years can inure you to what they are and what they mean to us. Our child never made it, and I cry every time I think about our little girl, Agnes. I really cry. And I know that's why we never made it. I will always be sorry for that and for being too weak to help you get through it. But these new ones, they have to make it. And when you're not teaching them, you're monitoring. And when you're not teaching them, not monitoring them, you have to be a mother to them. You were good at that. You always were. Yours faithfully, Mike. End of document.
Mike Wazowski.
Do we have... Wait, what is it? It's a smile, right? Encouraging smile and...
fuck.
Encouraging smile and a supportive smile. That should show up. I still gotta get my thingy set up where I can get the wait, where's my other mic? There's only one mic. Oh, I didn't. There it is. Okay. gotta set up my thingy where I can get the YouTube chat to the YouTube chat and the Bittrex bot to show the emotes, the 7TV emotes on the screen, like with Twitch. New document. What the heck? You guys okay? Chill, buddy. I kind of plan on doing a couple more thingies after reading, but I think I'm getting pretty tired and pretty hungry, and the kitties want to play. So I think I'll go hang out with them. And then I will continue my spooky Halloween Kuromi arts next time. So let's just finish up these last couple documents. New document. United Nations Space Command transmission. 34670J-17. Encryption code read. Public key file Douglas 66 Lima. From Captain Jacob Keyes, Commanding Officer, UNSC Pillar of Autumn. UNSC service number 01928-19912-JK. To Vice Admiral Copano. How is this pronounced? It's a guy from New Alexandria. In Singile. To Vice Admiral Copano and Singile. UNSC Section 2 Subcommander. Reach CENTCOM. UNSC service number 25088-67602-KN. Subject, readiness. Classification, eyes only. R&D directive. Vice Admiral, the Pillar of Autumn's refit is 98% complete, and if we can maintain at the current pace, we should meet all red flag specs in 72 hours. The Halcyons were always impressive, but with the modifications made here, this ship shows what the Hals truly could have been. My concern about the fragility of her reactor remains, but after seeing its energy output in our test sequence, I can appreciate the value of the new design. Let's just hope that nothing gets loose in there. You told me that this mission is big, and you and I have been through enough together that I believe you. While I expect I'll be the last person to know where we're sailing, I've been around long enough to be able to tell that we're going alone. There's some black ink, and so whenever that shows up, I'll just say redacted. I've got a who's who of engineers, scientists, and Oni monitors crawling all over my ship right now. And if they're all here, that means every other ship in the dock is going without. Plus, we've already taken on enough... I just forgot. I was about to say classified, but that's not the word I'm looking for. Plus, we've already taken on enough redacted to account for every gram left at Reach, if I've been reading the fleet reports correctly, the last few months. So no other ship could even keep up with us if they even tried. All this, and the modifications to stow an army's worth of heavy weapons without any room for an army, make it pretty clear that I'm about to get some visitors. And I know what kind of missions they go on. My men know it too. I'm reading this, and now I'm not sure. I want to go back and look at my physical book. I don't think Sergeant Johnson was here in the original. Oh, he is here. Former Marine friend of Rotex strobed on his heads-up display. Sergeant Johnson, Private O'Brien. Master Chief, Sergeant Johnson. Sergeant Johnson said, startled. Sir, yes, sir. He is here. Okay.
Cool. Whoa.
All this, and the modifications to stow an army's worth of heavy weapons, without any room for an army, make it pretty clear that I'm about to get some visitors. And I know what kind of missions they go on. My men know it too. Which leads to why I'm reporting out of schedule. You can give me all the missiles in the fleet, but I need a crew to fire them, and I need them for the duration. The damned Oni orders not to discuss what's going on out there are a serious interference with my command. I get the briefings and the real numbers, and I understand that there's not much we could do if we launched the Autumn directly into the heart of it. But I can't explain any of that to my men because I can't officially acknowledge that any of it is even taking place. But you know as well as I do that these blackout orders aren't worth a damn. Crew talks. Always have, always will. If it's not the techs or the NavCom ops, it's my plate welders out verifying the hull with a great big view of the show below, and there's no way that stays quiet. Not with as many husbands, wives, and kids as we have down on the surface. And every day those doubts grow, and my crew is one more nightmare further away from full readiness. I can't have that if you expect me to do my job. Whenever you tell me what the job is. I can't have that if you expect me to do my job. Whenever you tell me what that job is. They need to know that Reach won't be here when we get back. There's nothing we can do about it, but make this loss mean something There's nothing we can do about it, but make this loss mean something by completing our mission to the best of our abilities. And I have to make them understand that this means standing down on board the Autumn while everything goes to hell around them. I was lucky enough to make my peace down there while on official business, but none of my crew thought they were shipping for the last time, and now it's too late. I have to focus them, turn their doubt into anger I can use, and hope like hell that they don't turn that anger on me. Not sure I'd blame them if they did. If somebody told me I had to stay in orbit 30 minutes away from my last chance to see Miranda, well. But I'm going to keep the ship and her crew ready to fly, so I have to be able to tell them the truth. This is a hell of a war that we have This is a hell of a war that we have jobs like this. Now let me do my job. Keys. They put this in here just so that they can say, look, we had Miranda already in part of the lore. However, it kind of doesn't make sense. I don't think. Because he was... What was he first? At the very beginning? Page 412. He was in chapter 1. Was he like a little... He was something. That was not Commander. Commander Keys. Blackton Keys. Lieutenant Junior Grade. That's what he started as. In 2517. At no point between here and the end does he mention a wife or kids or home or Miranda or banging Dr. Halsey. So I'm still a little confused as to where exactly in the lore this happens. I would probably have to read the Halo wikis. Anyway, that was end of document. New document, and this one has a lot of redacted. It's kind of cool because it's kind of like when you start Halo Reach and they say that Kat saw the parts of Noble Six's file, even the black parts that Oni didn't want them to see. Whoa. File redacted dash redacted dash redacted. Date redacted. User classified. Level redacted and above. Entry 19-021/024. Clearance classified. Level redacted and above. Type post-incident investigation. Subject investigation into secure network SecNet Message exchange between Sergeant Schicker, Alistair, Alistair R., Glancer, and Sergeant Poteet Joseph M., Trick Tech, to ascertain culpability of individuals involved and classified information contained within, as it relates to the subsequent discovery and ultimate destruction of Reach by the Covenant. Objective: determine whether the details captured in the conversation contained within file number redacted held any relevance to the events that followed, i.e., potential enemy understanding of defensive forces and tactics present on Reach prior to and during the Covenant invasion. More. File type: Basic. For further details pertaining to this document, including participant, background files, clearance-sensitive amendments, and more, click here. Click.
No! That just takes me back one page.
Note: all other entries related to file number redacted are under review. Full report pending completion of investigation. Data. Begin 19-021/024. Transcript. I'm just going to read this as Glancer, even though it should probably be read as G Lancer. It's capital G and then capital L Lancer. But I'll just put it Glancer. Glancer. It's a Discord call. The UNSC recorded Discord calls. Glancer. You online? Trig, you on? Trick Tech. Hold up. Sorry, one of our lifts is bust. We got hogs backed up out the main gate. What's up? Glancer. Busy? Trick Tech. Always, but got a few. What's up? Glancer. Not bad. I'll take your hogs and raise you 144s. Had 3 in yesterday. Trick Tech. What did the 144s set you back? I can run diagnostics. I can run diags on 3 hogs in the time flight mechs can run 1 bird. Glancer. Wasn't bad. They take a hell of a lot longer for sys checks, but no glitches. Not a complete cluster. I think I'm supposed to read this as equals. They take a hell of a lot longer for syscheck, but no glitches equals not a complete cluster. Last week, got one with a catch in the rotor. Borked the whole damn day. B-O-R-K apostrophe D. Is that supposed to be pronounced borked?
You military and your lingo. Borked.
The Legend of Borked Schlong. I don't think that's quite what I'm looking for. Borked. Internet slang for borkened. For broken. Yes, it is borked. Borked the whole damn day. Trick Tech. That's why I stick to wheels and mud. Glancer. You stick to ground transpo 'cause you hate flying. Trick Tech. Point? Glancer. No point. The introduction to this document now kind of reads more like when you're reading a news article and they say this person here goes by the username blunt smoking anus destroyer 420xxx on Discord, and then this user goes by the name Cortana Feats 69 at discord.aol, and then they're posting the transcript. You stick to ground transpo 'cause you hate flying. Trick Tech. Point? Glancer. No point. We stick with what we know, right? You like dirt. I like clouds. Trick Tech. True. Not that your toys aren't interesting. Just never had much love for gravity. Must be my infantry blood boots on the ground and all that. Glancer. Cat Anal Queen 420. Cortana feet liquor 800869. Glancer, don't know what you're missing. Trick Tech, says you. Glancer, ha. Trick Tech, so what's up? Glancer, nothing really. Trick Tech, just missed me? I'm touched. Glancer, yeah, something like that. Just been a while. I thought I'd check in on the old shop. Trick Tech, you been out a year? Over, right? How's field life? Glancer, it's alright. Got 4 months left this deploy, then shuffling back to the real world. Trick Tech, careful what you wish for. I don't know that base life is any less a grind than a forward plot. Least not these days. Glancer, problems? Trick Tech, not so much problems. You hear things, right? Glancer, about how it's going? Trick Tech, yeah, the war. Glancer, yeah. It seems different, don't it? Like more tense. Trick Tech, yeah, I think. I know it ain't going great, but things have definitely gotten tighter lately. Glancer, that's kinda why I hit you up. Wondering if you had the same vibe there as here. You should do, Kiro, you should do some documents where we have Paget DMing people, where she exchanges certain kinds of pictures and or other services for her weapons. That'd be kind of pretty cool. And then you have these documents here of the Discord messages, the UNSC Discord messages. So Trick Tech says, but things have definitely gotten tighter lately. Glancer, that's kind of why I hit you up. Wondering if you had the same vibe there as here. Trick Tech, guess so, yeah. Assumed it'd be a bit more crunch mode where you're at. I understand we're getting our asses kicked, but do you think it's getting worse? Glancer, that's what I'm wondering. Trick Tech, seems like. Simple as. Seems like. But it's a war, a big one. But it's a war, a big one. So it's not like it's supposed to be pleasant. Glancer, was actually hoping you'd tell me I was being paranoid, but I'm overthinking it because I've been in field too long. Maybe I was getting twitchy. Guess not. Trick Tech, things that bad out there? Glancer, not so much bad, just different. A lot of activity and a lot more personnel movements, and we've been stockpiling artillery and rides when that shit usually gets allocated for deploy off-world. Trick Tech, could just be there aren't that many off-worlds left to ship him to. Glancer, comforting thought. Trick Tech, just jokes. Glancer, not so sure. Oh my goodness, there's like a whole novel here of just Discord messages. Glancer, not so sure. Trick Tech, don't get all end is nigh on me. Glancer, I'm trying, but I'm seriously stressed. Hearing it's the same back home isn't comforting. Trick Tech, I wouldn't worry too much. Glancer, wouldn't or don't? Trick Tech, I mean, I think about it and notice things, but I'm not gonna overanalyze anything. Ramp-ups happen. They're just keeping us primed and ready. Glancer, that's what I tell myself. That's what I tell my paranoid self. Trick Tech, talking to yourself? There's your problem. Glancer, it's not the talking I'm worried about. It's when I answer back. Trick Tech, well, if you end up crazy, at least you'll have company. Glancer, that's a nice spin on mental illness. Trick Tech, not a doctor, but happy my expert opinion would be of some assistance. Glancer, You're seriously not worried? Trick Tech. Hell yes, I'm worried. Pretty sure I made that clear, but you can't dwell on shit outside your control. Glancer. More sage advice? Trick Tech. Not really. More like common sense. Look, we boost production. Look, we boost prod on the heavy stuff, load up on the shooters, and keep the gears greased. The pump's primed, and the situation ain't good, but we're ready if needed. That's our job. That's the gig. Glancer. I know. Trick Tech. I know you know. Glancer. It's all kinda standard issue, but this is different. You even said it's just different. Trick Tech. We probably say that every time there's escalation. I'm sure everybody says it every time. Just the nature of the beast. Glancer. Maybe. Okay, so where's the part where they mention reach? Glancer. Maybe. Tell me something. See anything new there? New equipment? New crew? Trick Tech. New guys roll in all the damn time. We got 3 new techs last week. Glancer. Not techs. Trick Tech. Like more grunts? Glancer. Not so much infantry, but yeah. I mean, something else. Trick Tech. Big dudes? Glancer. Bigger than normal, yeah. Trick Tech. Group came through days ago. Tough-looking bastards with fancy equipment and bigger than hell. And not just size-wise, their presence was big. Like their aura or whatever, you know? But they were only here and gone in a day or two. Glancer. Know who they were? Trick Tech. Not for sure. You got the same out there? Glancer. Yeah. 2 sets. Been here for 2 weeks-ish. Trick Tech. Who are they? Berto says Spartans, but I don't know. Never actually seen one. Could be. Glancer. Apparently, Yuma had a few come through as well. Talked with Tupo over there, and same thing. He saw a group of badasses one day. Big, mean-looking hard cases. Then, the next, they're gone. He thought they might be jumpers or something. But if they were from the same class as what we got here, no way in hell. Trick Tech. Think they're Spartans? Ever seen one? Glancer. Not in person, so I can't say. But pretty damn sure they were something special, and that's what's got me freaked. Trick Tech. Why? If we got Spartans roaming around, I'd like to see the Coveys pick a fight, right? Reach is already fortified like the gates of heaven, so adding some high-end face punches to the mix only works in our favor. Crisis averted. So adding some high-end face punchers to the mix only works in our favor. Crisis averted. Glancer. That's the thing. Trick Tech. What? Glancer. That's why I'm worried. Trick Tech. What? The fact you don't need to worry? Glancer. Funny. No. The fact that top brass is worried enough to position Spartans here instead of the front lines. Trick Tech. Front lines could already be stocked up with their quota of super soldiers. These could be reserves. I thought I heard a spooky sound. Trick Tech. Front lines could already be stocked up with their quota of super soldiers. These could be reserves. Glancer. Or maybe we're on the front damn lines and just don't know it. Trick Tech. That's a bit of a leap. Glancer. Is it? Trick Tech. You said you don't even know if they're Spartans. Glancer. So did you. Trick Tech. Right. So we're making assumptions. Glancer. Maybe. So I think I found the part where he gave Reach's location away. Trick Tech. Right. So we're making assumptions. Glancer. Maybe. Trick Tech. Maybe. You're just looking for excuses to stress. Glancer. Hope you're right. I got no problem living a long, stress-filled life complete with conspiracy theories and irrational fear. But what if I'm right and you're just scared? Trick Tech. Tell you what, I got a ton on my plate, so I'm going to go back to being a grease monkey. You can stew in your doomsday fantasies, and we'll talk again in a week or two when we're both in the same damn place we are today. Overworked, overstressed, and underpaid. In the meantime, have a beer. Have 4. Just do something other than whatever the hell it is you're currently doing to yourself. Glancer. This is just how my brain works. I get hung up on this crap and I can't help but overthink it. Thanks for listening. Trick Tech. Don't mention it. Glancer. We'll talk. Trick Tech. Sure thing. Talk to you later. And for Christ's sake, relax a little. This is Reach. We'll be fine. End transmission. Back. So, if the Elamaus managed to track and decipher info from here, they can see that somebody is, quote, here at Reach. And maybe that also helped give away its location. And there was, of course, that one little stealthy ship that attached to the Iroquois when it went back to Reach for major repairs after the multiple battles on Sigma Octanus 4 in the Sigma Octanus region. Where was it? Okay, so Trick Tech says at some point, but they were only here and gone in a day or two. And then slightly after that, they do mention that, they're not in the front lines, they're here, which they assume are reserves, which is not the front lines, which helped probably to indicate that this is an area that is considered safe and secure. Maybe that's how the Elamaus... Oh my goodness. A fucking fly just flew up my nose. Ew! Ew! Fuck these guys. Ew! The Covenant's trying to find my Reach. Okay, and end of document. New document. Above top secret. Priority Alpha. Office of Naval Intelligence. Winter contingency. Uh-oh, that sounds familiar. Winter contingency declaration supplemental orders. 1. The following numerically identified officers. Headquarters. United Nations Space Command. Reach. Epsilon Eridani System. Will execute the following orders before evacuation of system according to cold protocol structures. Strictures. Will execute the following orders before evacuation of system according to cold protocol strictures. I'm assuming there's actually a word called strictures. Strictures. And that's not a typo. Yeah, stricture. Noun, a restriction on a person or activity. A sternly critical or censorious remark or instruction. Okay, that's good. So these following officers are given these orders. Field Officer number 345-261B. Field Officer number 345-104B. Adjunct Field Officer number 311112B. Field Officer number 227112B. Special Officer number 223-212A. Orders for field agents follow. Redact all XNAV and AstroNav assets. Orders for field agents terminate. Fuck. I'm getting too tired of sleepings. Background. History and details follow. You are reading an evacuation order mandated by the emergence of a winter contingency situation. This particular order is automated, and the circumstances surrounding the specific emergence are not detailed here. Please consult emerge/push/secure for more current information. Further instructions for field agents. All Cole protocol mandates are in force. It cannot be stressed enough that Cole protocol mandates include machinery, equipment, records, logs, and personnel. Every agent on this distribution list has been through scaled morality training and should understand the responsibilities entailed. Cole protocol measures are useless without sterilization of all triangulation information, whether it is stored digitally or organically. As a field agent, this single fact is the most important guideline you should follow. Background. All astronavigation personnel carry a subdural pulse-coded emitter that is activated by winter contingency and nullified once aboard a secure vessel or location. They are unaware of this device or its purpose. You can exploit local ground net or utilize ONI NavSpec to identify and secure these assets. There is no termination date for this order. Once winter contingency is declared, all assets must be secured or redacted until such time as protocol mandated rendezvous point is reached redacted until such time as protocol mandated rendezvous point is reached safely. Do not overestimate the apparent complexity of the astronav task. A good astronavigator can identify and triangulate a very precise point in space using just a few A good astronavigator can identify and triangulate a very precise point in space using just a few known XNav pulsar signatures and any consumer-grade spectrometer or field kit. Our opponents are of course aware of this and have shown interest in such personnel in the past. So far, hermetic measures have worked. They are not guaranteed to work forever. UNSC hierarchy. It's funny because this word in Spanish is limon, which means lemon. Should that be pronounced lemon? Limon? I'll just say limon because it's funny. Under the limon naxla exception, you are hereby ordered to ignore and countermand. You are hereby ordered to ignore or countermand all mission contradictory orders from ranking UNSC officers below the grade of secure clear captain. Only ranking officers may still issue contravening orders, but use your judgment and common sense in applying the exception. If the logic of the situation dictates that an advantage may be gained in your mission by following orders, then do so. This is not carte blanche. My throat's getting super duper tired from all the reading. This is not carte blanche for intra-branch. This is not carte blanche for intra-branch insubordination. Superior officers can and will file reports on Limon Naxla exceptions. You must also, if possible, clearly assert Limon Naxla privilege to any senior officer giving accepted orders, if the situation provides an opportunity to do so. Otherwise, agent discretion is in play. Details. Doc End. Oh fuck, I gotta check out the book again. And there are about 9 pages left. Never mind. That was the last page. The remaining 9 pages are just advertisements. Okay, so I guess Care Bear. After 100,000 years, the story of the Forerunners will finally be revealed. Halo Care Bear. Halo Greg Bear. Book 1 of the Forerunner Saga. They are worshipped by the Covenant as gods. Their legacy is scattered throughout the galaxy, but their enigmatic connection to humanity remains a mystery. Halo Waypoint. Enlist today and join the millions of other Halo fans expanding their career rankings and trying to get early flight access to Halo Infinity. Play the game, live the adventure. All new stories in the Halo universe now available. Halo Helljumper by Peter David and Eric Nguyen. Halo Bloodline by Fred Van Lentel, and Francis Portella. Knowledge, your best weapon against the Covenant. Halo Reach, found wherever strategy guides are sold. Halo, products from Diamond Select Toys, Minimates. Halo, Noble Team reporting for duty. Halo Reach Action Clicks. Halo action figures and vehicles, McFarlane Toys, figures worthy of the game. Action figures, vehicles, action figure 2-packs. Barcode. Back cover of the book. Legends are not simply born. They are willed into existence. Humanity has expanded beyond the solar system. There are hundreds of planets we now call home. The United Nations Space Command now struggles to control this vast empire. After exhausting all strategies to keep seething insurrections from exploding into interplanetary civil war, the UNSC has one last hope. At the Office of Naval Intelligence, Dr. Catherine Halsey has been hard at work on a top-secret program that could bring all this conflict and that could bring an end to all this conflict. And it starts with 75 children, among them Amogus, among them a 6-year-old boy named John. Halsey never guessed that this little boy would become humanity's final hope against a vast alien force hell-bent on wiping us out. This is the story of John, Spartan 117, the Master Chief, and of the battles that brought humanity face to face with its possible extinction. Contains bonus pages of new content from 343 Industries. And so, after much reading, much water drinking, many bookmarks, many typos, a lot of practice with voice acting, and a lot of Halo memes, and a lot of sexually suggestive content that I have imbued into the book based off what I have read, we have finally finished Halo, The Fall of Reach by Eric Nyland. I'm so tired. I gotta do my stretches. Kiro on YouTube says XXX _ Sarah Palmer armpit sex 20 APR 1889 _ XXX. That's gonna be my new Discord username. I wonder if the Helljumpers book is gonna have something about the ODST are doing their workouts at the gym, and then they have their ODST workout gear and their shorts that says ODST feet first into hell. Somebody is going to be in motion, and then another ODST will see only ODST feet, and then maybe that'll be a thing. We'll have to see.
I'm so tired.
I think there are probably a couple of lines that I will have to reread for the audiobook version, the final big MP3 file that you will be able to listen to on YouTube and download, and the extra, the bonus audiobook version with my added tangents and commentary and such. I really need to practice my Sergeant Johnson voice for the next Halo book. The good thing is, in this book, he only really says, Master Chief, sir, yes, sir. And he says, yes, sir, twice. And that's about it. So thankfully, I'll try to practice my Sergeant Johnson voice for the final audiobook recording. And, jeez. My back hurts. And then I'll try to use that. I'll try to re-record the Sergeant Johnson lines for that. Okay, I can now move Halo the Fall of Reach from currently reading. Return, remove from shelf. No, move to already read. Go look at my books. I am now reading 2 books. I have 18 want to read, and I have already read Harry Potter Philosopher's Stone. That's the first book we read on stream. And now Halo the Fall of Reach. And then there's this kid's book that I read really quickly about Big Feets. The Bigfoots. Okay, so after all that reading, after all that hard work,
Oh, fuck. What the heck? Whoa. Wait a second. Oh. Ah!
I was not aware that this thing appeared here.
What the heck?
Okay. For all my efforts reading, if you enjoyed listening while working out, or working, or doing chores, or relaxing, or laying in bed, trying to listen to something comforting or relaxed, you can go to streamlabs.com/size. You can give me a tip if you enjoyed reading, if you enjoyed me reading. If you found my audiobook live reading fun or cool, or if you liked my thumbnails, you can also I guess I can just keep it on the main screen. You can also support me on Subscribestar for as little as $1 a month. There are 2 tiers. There's a $1 a month tier, with which you can support me, which will also give you access to download. I'll give you the links, the download links to my RB in the Chief Fun and Games fan series you can download, so that you don't have to keep, if you don't want to waste your data, if you're out in the field, or if you're somewhere with no internet, you can have it on your phone or your computer, and you can just watch it from there. And for the $1 tier, I will also include the MP3 downloads with context, with my tangents and my commentary and my memes that we did on stream. That will also be available at the $1 tier. And for every person in the $3 tier, I will post cat pictures in my Discord super secret supporters channel, which is over here. I have pictures of my kitties, and they're super cool. Picture of Patches with her glowing eyes. Whoa! You'll get kitty pictures, and I will definitely add more things to the $3 tier over time as I finish completing more works. You can do that. Here are my links. The support links on both Twitch and YouTube. You can do the subscribe stuff for as little as $1 a month. You can tip on Streamlabs for... If you tip $3 or more on Streamlabs, you will get an alert notification which will read your message. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can use your free Prime Gaming at the link there, subs.twitch.tv/size. This page. And the new subscriptions are 30% off right now, by the way, because it's September. You can save 30% if you want to subscribe on the Twitch, which will give you access to my emotes. Where are my emotes? They should be here somewhere. Don't look. It's a secret. Well, my emotes are here somewhere. I'll pull up the Twitch thingy. My emotes, my channel emotes for subscribers on Twitch are my Kuromi emotes, the Spooked Kuromi, the Angie Kuromi, the Bra Kuromi, the Cringe Gengar, the Kuromi Head Pats, the Sad Kuromis, the XD Kuromis. Well, hold on. The Cringe Gengar and the Stars Kuromi are bits. These are not subscriber emotes. The Set Kuromi, the XD Kuromi, the Society Kuromi, I believe is a tier 3 sub, and the Sleepings Kuromi, I believe is a tier 2 sub. So the tier 1 sub will get you the Spooked Kuromi, Angie, Bra, Sad, and Headpat, and XD, I believe. And you will also get a notification on screen, a pretty cool sub alert on screen. Also, if you are on the YouTubes, you can scroll down to the description and you can find my Amazon affiliate links and or wish lists. If you order anything on Amazon using my affiliate links, I get a commission, and that helps me save up some pennies. If you're gonna buy something on Amazon already anyway, check my link. Quick, use it. What else can you do to support me? I'm pretty sure. Oh, yes, of course. My website. Where's my website? Can go to my website. You can go to my store, the Sophie's Storehouse, at saishiji.com/shop. Store in the shop. You can buy a spooky short story about the end of the world in New York. That's kind of cringe, but also pretty cool and kind of religious, sort of. And then you can buy a collection of poems. I have 2 collections of poems. This one's based off League of Legends characters, where legends gather, and this one is more general. A whole bunch of different topics stuck in circulation. You can buy my stuff there if you want to read my stuff. And I believe that is it. Let me just double check. I really, 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 really badly need to make a a screen like this, like an AFK screen, or a screen like this, where I can just pull it up and it has all my links, all the ways you can support me. So they will be on screen for easy display. Let's see. I posted the Amazon stuff. Posted the Streamlabs tip button. Posted the subscribe star. My Amazon stuff, my Twitch Prime. Prime Gamings. That should be everything. Those are all the ways you can support my works. Which I greatly appreciate. I appreciate any and all generosity you're able to offer. And now I have nothing left to do. My life is meaningless and empty. So I'm gonna try to go. I'm gonna try to go take this wraith. Oh my god. I don't think ODSTs can mount wraiths, right? I can't even get close enough because that one gunner's still there. Okay, I'm gonna have to rethink my strategy here. Ah! Wait, maybe if I find a plasma pistol, I can disable the wraith for a little bit. Give me this. I gotta get that gunner out of there first. Oh, these can hijack. What? I feel like you're. I feel like you're trolling me. Ah! What? No fucking. That guy's invincible.
Patches! What's up, buddy? Hey, Patches.
Is she gonna jump on the camera? Come here. I feel like you're trolling me, but I'm gonna test it out regardless because I'm curious. What the heck? That guy's too tanky. He has too many. Fucking Christ! He has too many shields. Fuck off, dude. What the Christ? No fucking way. This guy's cool. He's too cool. I can't get him. I can't get him, guys. He's too cool. Oh my. I feel like I hit him. Oh my. This guy's fucking crazy. I just can't get him at all. What the heck? I think it's possible. Christ. I think it's possible to get on the back of that warhog and let him drive me, right? Oh no. Did these guys bring me a plasma pistol? They did not. Unlucky. Run! Plasma pistol? No, needler. Nope, too many needlers. That guy's too cool. He has plot armor. I can't get him. Oh my goodness! The geometry bumped me into him. Oh my goodness! He keeps pushing me off. Where did my sniper rifle go? Where did I die? Is he here? No. Where's my stuff? Did one of the floods Yoink, my fucking sniper rifle? What? Okay, well, I'll try it out later. I'll try it out later if I can. If I can, if I can kill that one gunner. Anyway, that will be it for me today. I am hungry. I am tired. I am satisfied. I am relieved. I am glad I read Halo Reach. It was fun before. It was fun the previous 2 or 3 times, and it was fun again this time. Especially because I got to test out my voices. I got to make a couple memes. I got to do it on stream. We got to see Cammy and Chun-Li as my background after we finished playing Halo 3 ODST Flood Fight. And it was fun reading for you guys. .img empirical smut Veronica _dare Halo _3 ODST feat. I wonder what this command is for. Maybe I'll go punch it into Google and see where it leads me to. That'd be pretty cool. Let me get my musics ready. Ready as spaghetti. Let me play a Halo musics to play us off.
Fuck it, we'll do it live. What does that mean, to play us out?
What'd he say? To play us off or play us out? Bill O'Reilly. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Fuck.
Arby's. Arby Kitty.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. Okay, I don't know. Whatever it is, it's not right
What
on
the heck? What's gonna give me a seizure? What the heck?
the teleprompter. I don't know what that is. I've never seen that.
No, there is. We are going to do Sting, yeah.
Okay, but yeah, I can't read it. There's no words on it.
Okay. Honey? Sure.
There's no words there. To play us out. What does that mean? To play us out.
Sting is going to do, it's a video. Sting video.
What is...
For credits.
I don't know what that means, to play us out. What does that mean? To end the show?
Yeah.
All right, go.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it.
Okay,
That's me when I misread the page, and I have to take a break right there where I made the mistake, where I'm trying to my brain and my mouth are trying to come to an agreement of how I'm supposed to pronounce the words. Right, Patches?
5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with a... I can't do it.
Okay.
We'll do it live.
Okay. No.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it, and we'll do it live.
Do it live, Patches. We'll do it live.
Fucking thing sucks.
Fucking thing.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album. Take it away.
Fuck.
So anyway, we have a Halo musics to play us out. What's up? Wanna get on the bed? Come on. Go ahead. Go ahead. You can make the jump. Come on. I gotta get Halo musics to play us out. Where is the music? What the heck? We will do... Finish the fights. Okay. Fuck it. We'll do it live. What does that mean, to play us out? Cortana. Captain Keys. The teleprompter doesn't have anything. Also, I'm not sure if we were supposed to get a reason there why they call him Demon. I guess that's supposed. We'll do it later. We'll do next stream. The specifics of why and when they start calling him Demons. The Spartans, the Demons is. Do I have that emote? The kitty with the ears. The Demon. The Demon. The Demon. This will be finish the fight to play us out. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Right, Cortana?
Don't make a girl a promise.
Good luck, have fun tonight. Don't be stupid. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Thanks for your support. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for memeing. Take care of yourselves. Try not to let info about where Earth and Reach are fall into Covenant hands. Remember the Cole Protocol. Remember Reach. And as always, I will oops, no! I will see you next time. Bye-bye.
They let me pick. Did I ever tell you that? Choose whichever Spartan I wanted. You know me. I did my research, watched as you became the soldier we needed you to be. Like the others, you were strong.